Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I would now like to call the January 21st, 2025 City Council special meeting to interview and select a Ward 2 appointee to order. As a reminder to the public, tonight's meeting is a special meeting. It's for the sole purpose of interviewing and appointing a Ward 2 council member to fill the remainder of the term vacated by by Marcia Martin on December 31st, 2024. According to the city's charter, the city council must appoint a replacement within 30 days because there was less than 1 year left on Member Martin's term. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or Comcast channels 8 or 880. Anyone wishing to speak at public invited to be heard must have added his or her name to the list outside the council chambers before the start of the meeting. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at public invited to be heard. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Peck.
Present.
Councilmember Christ.
Present.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring.
Here.
Councilmember McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Yarborough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Even though this is a special meeting, I am going to augment the agenda a bit and turn the mic over to Mayor Pro Tem Susie Hidalgo Faring.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Last week I voted to not renew the Mile High hangar lease at Vance Brand Airport. Upon further reflection, I would like a chance to reassess my vote on that matter. Because I want the opportunity to take action at next week's council meeting under the open meetings law, this item should be on next week's agenda. Therefore, I move to place on next week's agenda a motion to reconsider ordinance 2025-04.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Councilor. All right, I'm going to get this right. It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Susie Hidalgo Faring to place on next week's agenda the opportunity to reconsider the vote on the Vance Brand hangar lease. That was seconded by Councilor McCoy. Let's vote. Do we have any discussion? I don't see anyone in the queue. Councilor, okay. Let's vote, please. Let's do a voice vote.
Oh, yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes unanimously. So now we'll move on to the agenda, and we are already at public invited to be heard. The first one on the list is Terry Moore.
You'll have to turn on your mic.
Do you mind turning on your mic, Terry? I think upper left. Oh, you did it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It is.
Okay, thank you, City Council. I appreciate it. I've never talked to a City Council before. This is my first time. This is my first time being here. I've been on the
I'm going to interrupt
video
you.
one on Zoom before, but
Can you please give us your name and address?
Terry Moore, 3 Birdsville Place.
Thank you.
And I have some things. First of all, it's a hi. This is my first time to introduce, and I'm sorry about the 3 minutes. I don't know how you regulate that. So if I talk over, my apologies. I want to say something about the way that Councilperson Martin tooled with us. In other words, she wanted to go remote, and I understand it was in New York or something. I don't know. I'm just saying she was away from Longmont. And she attended 21 council meetings, 19 remote, and 2 in person. And that consumed about 29 months. By my recollection, my reckonation, I can't even talk. My tongue got tangled. That means that 29 weeks, that was more than 6 months. And as I continue to come to these, I hope that we have a better decision to make. I don't know why that decision was made, but it just seems like it shouldn't have been made. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Nobody should be living hundreds of miles away, and I'm not sure where it was, but it's if it was more than 100 miles, then she would be here. If it was less than 100 miles, she would be here. If more than 100 miles, I can understand why she did that. That's not right. And I want you to know I'm going to be watching now. And I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Lance Whitaker?
My name's Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street, Longmont, Colorado. Been a resident for 44 years, and I'd like to welcome our new resident, I guess. Says he's going to come city council member. Like to see him at more meetings. Today is National Granola Bar Day. It is also National Squirrel Day, so take your granola bar and feed it to the squirrel. It is also National Hug Day, and everybody could use a hug every now and then, so long as everybody knows those days are today. I look forward to the proceedings that are going to happen tonight, and wish you all luck. Looks like you got a big crowd tonight. Like to see more of these big crowds come out during city council meetings, but I guess somebody has to leave a seat to get a big crowd. Have a good night, and I hope it goes quick and well for you all. Have a good night.
Thank you. Giselle Hersfeld?
Good evening, Longmont City Council members and community members. My name is Giselle Hersfeld, and I live in North Longmont. I want to start off by acknowledging an important and incredible milestone. As of Sunday, January 19th, a ceasefire agreement officially went into effect in Gaza, marking a culmination of over a year of solidarity organizing around the world, and most importantly, standing as an incredible testament to the resilience, strength, and steadfastness of the Palestinian people, who, despite being bombed, displaced, starved, and tortured for over 15 months, and despite their oppressors being backed by the most powerful military in the world, maintained the strength of their resistance until they saw victory. And while this moment is absolutely cause for joy and celebration, we must also acknowledge that a ceasefire was never the end goal. It is only the first step in our fight for total liberation. This is not a moment for our movement to back down and fall into complacency. We must ramp up the pressure to ensure that the ceasefire agreement is honored and Gaza is given an opportunity to rebuild towards a lasting peace. The road ahead is a long one, but I am grateful to share this victorious moment. Regarding the City Council Ward 2 appointment, Councilmember Martin left big shoes to fill. Councilmember Martin had the courage to stand for a ceasefire resolution when no one else on the council did, and I thank and commend her for this courage. I hope that the next person voted in to fill her position is a candidate who will uphold the same level of courage and compassion, a person who will take the moral high ground and will not back down in the face of adversity. We are facing very uncertain times, and our community needs strong, compassionate, and courageous leadership now more than ever. I want to be represented by someone who will stand up for our undocumented neighbors, our unhoused neighbors, and all our neighbors who experience discrimination due to their race, religion, sexual orientation, or identity. I sincerely hope that you will not consider any candidate who has openly expressed racism, Islamophobia, or xenophobia of any kind. Any candidate who has come to you to advocate for deporting our undocumented friends and neighbors, or who has spoken in support of a genocide, should be taken off the table. The last thing we need in this community is more hate speech, racism, and bigotry. I trust you will make the right choice this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Giselle. Shaquille Dalal?
Shaquille Dalal, 219 Francis Street. I live in Ward 2. Mayor and members of council, some of you have expressed reservations about appointing a replacement for former council member Marcia Martin and would have preferred an election. As a Ward 2 resident, I want to start by saying that I do not have a problem with the charter's requirement that council appoint a replacement for council member Martin. I think it makes good sense to not have a provision in the charter which could have resulted in the city having to spend $200,000 on short notice, irrespective of the state of the budget or whatever other emergencies might have been happening. You have established a fair and open application process. You've heard public comment in writing and tonight, and you have credibility as the people's elected representatives. I may live in Ward 2, but I feel just as equally represented by this body's at-large members and its mayor. This is a legitimate and fair process, and I eagerly await its outcome. As I reflect on what I'm looking for in my future representative, I want to thank you all for your service to the community. We ask a lot of you. I hope that you will favor a candidate strong in expertise in Longmont's most urgent needs, the escalating cost of housing and a transportation system which is bad for the environment and burdensome on most people. I hope that you will pick someone who is optimistic about Longmont's future, someone who wants Longmont to stay the sort of place that a young family can afford to raise kids. I hope that you will pick someone who is kind and empathetic and eager to understand the views of someone who they disagree with. And I hope that you will pick someone who will run for election in 2025, because only someone who is in this for the long haul can credibly claim to care about solving Longmont's problems.
Thank you, Shaquille. Bob Rosinski?
Hello, I'm Bob Rosinski. I live 1549 Judson Drive. I've lived in Longmont for 4 years, Boulder County since 2017, and I'm here to support Ryan Forbes for the spot vacated by Marcia Martin. Ryan Forbes has a broad and unusual background that makes him especially qualified to be a member of the council. I've known Ryan on a professional and personal level since 2022. He has a background in software engineering and visual art, a true left and right brain thinker, but most importantly, he's a doer. His service to the community speaks for itself. He's championed the cause of criminal justice reform, holds positions of responsibility on boards, serving nonprofit organizations, chartered with helping people who, for one reason or another, have stumbled and are working to pick themselves up. He is conversant in subjects relevant to the needs of a prosperous and growing city: housing, crime, creating opportunities for all citizens. He's a good listener, able to grasp the needs of all people, powerful and powerless. He is open-minded and pragmatic. I wholeheartedly recommend the council afford him the opportunity to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Sarah Rosinski?
Hello, my name is Sarah Brzezinski. I live at 1549 Judson Drive, and I would like to speak very quickly and extemporaneously in favor of Ryan Forbes. Qualities he has that I think will make him great for this role. He, as Bob said, is an excellent listener. He is approachable. He is thoughtful. He is wise. I think that the council would be so well served to have him as part of the team. I think our community would do very well to have him. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Vic Pizzo?
Hi, My name is Vic Pizzo, and I live in Clover Creek Drive in southwest Longmont. While I did not attend last Saturday's coffee with council in person, it is related to me by two people who did, that Mayor Peck and Council Member Yarborough, who, while responding to a question about the appointment, both said something to the effect of, we want someone that we can get along with, that we can work with. So are you looking for somebody easy to work with, or should you be looking for someone that represents Ward 2 first and foremost? By the way, what about us voters and citizens of Ward 2? The sentiments expressed make it seem the concern lies with making council activities less contentious, which is good, but we want someone that will advocate for us, that might challenge the status quo. We're not happy about how this council let a certain ex-council member drive this process, letting the chance of a special election slip away. To now hear comments like were spoken last Saturday is a bit worrisome. Another statement from last Saturday was that Councilman Yarborough said the candidate should support Envision Longmont, and Peck agreed. Why? I want to know why. Has it somehow become, for some people, some sort of sacred document, like it's written in stone and has to be acted on? When was that? Please tell me when that occurred. There are many of us in Ward 2 that believe Envision Longmont and how it is being used is a problem. We would be very happy with the candidate with expressed reservations, at least on this front. There is a lot of concern among my neighbors that you're all kind of missing the point. This appointment is not about the city council. It's about us as citizens and voters. We want you to appoint someone with different views, not someone that you think will be easy to work with. We've seen too much of this compliant behavior already, and I could have used a word like incestuous, but I won't. Appoint now someone who is not hopelessly aligned with the council. Let the citizens decide in November what the course should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Vic. Dan Sorrells. No.
Dan Sorrells, 328 Grant Street here in Longmont, and I'm a resident of Ward 2 as well. Mayor Peck and council members, I remember talking in early December when Marcia Martin announced her resignation that you have your work cut out for you. And
Sorry, Dan.
That's okay. I talk till the lights go out. But you have your work cut out for you, and you do. So thank you all for giving it your full attention. One of the things, I've already written, you already, I think, know who I favor, and so rather than tread that old ground, I wanted to talk about some of the qualities that I would like as a Ward 2 resident to see in the counselor y'all choose. And they're kind of a wide-ranging. So one of the things that I would like is somebody that is younger, representing the upcoming generation and the future of Longmont. While I don't necessarily understand the millennials and Gen Zers, being in my 60s, I do trust them, and because it's going to be their world. I want somebody that is energetic, willing to put the time and effort needed to make our city a greater version of itself. I want somebody who is committed, doing the homework and the hard work of staying up on what is important. I want somebody that is knowledgeable on all issues confronting the city, not just their pet projects. I also want to see someone who is knowledgeable also on how the city works, someone with experience maybe on a city board or has been involved in public meetings dealing with public like us. I definitely want somebody who is responsive, willing to interact with all of Ward 2, willing to listen without being condescending or dismissive of those who they may disagree with on a position or a direction. And echoing Mr. Doyle, I want somebody who is willing to run for this seat in November, somebody who is going to be committed, not just keeping the seat warm. As I said, I have my favorite, yes, but I trust the council and this process. And whoever is chosen, I do want to also express my appreciation for the applicants who are here. I mean, every one of them being willing to get civically involved and put themselves out there. We all know this is not an easy job, and so I respect them all for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Anna Soto Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The address is 1612 23rd Avenue. I guess the message across here to you guys is, first of all, thank you for all of what you do. We hope we challenge you enough to be better, even better among you. And I guess the invitation for you is to take the criteria in such a high standard that the person that you bring in is not only as good as you, but better than you. Somebody that pushes you and challenges you and makes you feel uncomfortable and is open to debate, because that is what we need. We don't need more of the same. We don't want to be another Boulder. Thank you. We have already one Boulder. We want to keep Longmont as it is now, with all of the values, the family orientation values, the moral compass that I think we used to have a little more. It's kind of sad to be here from 10 years ago and see how things are little by little just pushed aside or ignored just because we don't make enough noise. So I hope you know how much we trust on you. The seat that you have, the seat that you are sitting now today is a privilege. Is the biggest vote of confidence that we can give you, and we hope that you don't betray that.
Thank you, Anna. Doe Kelly.
Good evening. Hi, Joan.
Hi.
And City Council. I'm here tonight after being gone for about 6 months. I broke my arm last May, and I've been in recovery from that. It's taken a while, but I can raise it again. I am among the people who could be known to be EMF disabled. Now, the smart meters rollout did not help that with me, and I've told you about the uptick of signal noise in my head from, I have an opt-out meter, but I'm conjoined with a lot of other units, and there's a mesh network in the neighborhood, and as soon as the switch was flipped, so was the noise in my head up by about 3, 4, or 5 times. That still persists. So if there are people in the audience who have their cell phones on, in deference to some of us who may be sensitive to EMF, and my little Safe and Sound Pro will tell us, you know, what the load is in the room from wireless devices, that if you don't need your phone, would you please put it in airplane mode as a courtesy. So I would, first of all, I would like to acknowledge Gary Hodges and the very clear editorial that he wrote in the Boulder Weekly, Longmont lost control of the process. I am a Ward 2 resident. Marcia Martin was our council person. I agree, I would have preferred an election. I agree with Gary Hodges on this. And really, for the most part, his editorial. And I would like to, I'm quoting from Gary's article, encourage each member to support a candidate with an alternative mix of views who won't merely bolster the already solid majority, and finding someone who represents the desires of current residents and not the perceived wishes of people who may move to Longmont in the future. We, being Ward 2, we want the council member to be an agent of the neighborhoods and not global desires. Someone who cares about the city and the people who live here already, and not seeking the position to serve the larger and many of them global agendas. So, and a lot of us are looking into all of that. Now, with that said, and 36 seconds left, I would like to say about the Quail Road development that 310 new apartments with hundreds of more cars in that area. I live close to there. I would say slow down the push to develop Longmont. We're already saturated with cars. There's a development between Nelson Road and Rogers Road. It's like a little city in there. It's not complete. There's going to be lots and lots and lots and lots more cars and congestion. So let's see, 6 seconds. I will talk to you about the soft lights next time and the street lamp on Barberry Drive.
Thank you, Doe. Chris Poma?
Hello, my name is Chris Poma. I live at 1525 Red Mountain Drive. I am here tonight to advocate for Ryan Forbes in the open seat for City Council in Ward 2. I don't know if I would call myself a community leader, but I do try to be a community example. I work in human services, helping those Longmont residents in need, and spend my free time volunteering with various nonprofits around town, and do feel very blessed to be a Longmont resident and really do love Longmont. I have known Ryan Forbes for a little over 3 years, first as a member of the recovery community, then as a friend and colleague with shared interests that I mentioned above. In my many hours of conversation and reflection with Ryan, I have come to rely on Ryan as a trusted person who I can share ideas with, debate different viewpoints, and listen to for advice. Ryan has a way of looking at an issue and taking all sides into account and making his decision based on the betterment of this community. Ryan has made it his mission to improve the community he lives in and be an active participant in it, not just by sharing his viewpoints, but also by examining the systems that we all must live in and how we can change those systems as a community. Even as a friend of Ryan, I know that just because I believe in something doesn't mean that Ryan will either. He must know the how, why, when, and where, and who before he will form his idea, and then with much discussion. This is why I believe Ryan will make a great council member. Sorry, am I out of time?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
And will contribute greatly to the conversation and action. So I know that you all have taken a lot of time considering the candidates, and thank you for allowing me to voice my support.
Thank you so much. Peggy Altschuler.
1555 Taylor Mountain Drive. Good evening, Council. I'm here to highly recommend both Tara Menza and Steve Altschuler to fill the Ward 2 seat that's empty. I am a resident of Ward 2 and have known both of them for many years and hold both of them in very high regard. Tara has held many community leadership positions over the years that I have known her, and she has always had a high level of commitment to those that she served, including her family. She works tirelessly on behalf of others. Steve has been a long-standing businessman in this community and has shown himself to be a person of high integrity. He ran for the at-large position in the last election, and the public supported him and his ideas. With the person and the highest, he was the person with the next highest amounts of votes. So I think they both should be highly considered for what they've done in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Seeing no one on the list, I'm going to call public invited to be heard. Close. Is there anyone in the audience that is an applicant for this position? Okay, good, because they are in a different part. They're in the study room. I wanted to make sure we didn't miss anybody. So we are going to bring in the applicants, and they are going to give a little interview of themselves. So I want to know if we need a 5-minute break. It looks like one of us did. So let's just take a short break before we call in those applicants. modification. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to give you a quick review, and for the public's benefit and for those who may not have been watching for the past few weeks, not understand the process, so a very quick high-level review. So we are working under the charter 2.8.4. There is the full verbiage of that section there. What's relevant tonight is that a vacancy occurred December 31st, 2024, when Councilmember Martin resigned. And the charter in that section 2.8.4 says a vacancy which occurs less than 1 year, but more than 90 days before the next regular city election, which will be November 4th, 2025, shall be filled by a majority vote of the remaining councilmen within 30 days after such a vacancy occurs. So pretty specific direction, shall be filled, and a timeline, 30 days. But that is the only direction the charter gave us. So we talked in December about what this process would look like, and you all, we based it off of the process followed in 2005, which was the last time the council made an appointment. You've done this, or not you all, but the council has made 6 appointments since the charter was adopted in 1961. So certainly not the first time this has been used. First time in quite a while, however. So we talked in December, and you all blessed a process. December 16th, we opened the vacancy, the online application. That closed on January 8th, which was the deadline to submit applications. We asked applicants to provide proof of their qualifications to meet the criteria of councilmen no later than Friday, January 10th. We received a total of 22 applications, which is a great response to this call for help. 3 of those did not get back to us or did not meet the qualifications, i.e. they didn't live here for a year, was the key point on one of those. So we did push forward 19 applications and publish those out for you all and for the public on January 12th. Since January 12th, we've had 4 withdraw. And I have given you all a list of those so you can see who those 4 are. Additionally, we have one who's not here as of yet tonight, so I'm just going to hold off and see, maybe he's just running a little late. Does happen to be magically the last person on our list in our lottery that we did, so it will work out perfectly. Won't have to move anybody forward. But we'll give him a few minutes. We'll give him some time to get here. So tonight you will conduct interviews and you will make an appointment by public ballot. All the voting you do will be by public ballot. And then we will swear this new person in next Tuesday at the beginning of the meeting. And then they will get straight to work quickly. So our process tonight for the interview is that in a few minutes we will begin. We drew everybody's name by lottery and put them in an order to address you. They each have 5 minutes to address the council, or I should say a maximum of 5 minutes. They don't have to use the full 5 minutes. We did offer them the opportunity to provide a presentation or to put something on the screens. Two applicants have asked for that, so I will help them pull that up. And then after all 14 at this moment address you all, then you will vote by public ballot. And I do have a question at this point for you. We do need to clarify a part of the process. So the rules that you adopted say you will vote for no more than 3 applicants, and that anyone receiving 3 or more votes would go on to the next round. In the numbers game, as we did some testing and making sure that our process will work, it doesn't seem likely. We're not sure. We think that what you need to do is tell us before we enter into this phase of voting, what's the minimum number of candidates you would like to go on to be the finalists before we start voting. So I do have that clarification question for you all before we embark on this process. In our testing of the voting, because it's such a large pool of candidates, and there are 6 of you, to get more than one person with more than 3 votes is a little bit unlikely. So unless we clarify what's the minimum number of finalists, not necessarily a maximum, but a minimum, so that we can make sure we get you a pool of finalists. So I'd like to ask for that clarification here in just a moment. Our suggestion is 3 or more, or something along those lines. We'd like 3 or more, or 4 or more, so that we know how many we're shooting for as we continue to vote. It's like when you do board appointments. Sometimes it takes us, is one clarification, and I think that was maybe in 2005 they had fewer candidates and that worked well and it whittles down clearly. But as we did some testing in our voting, pretending we knew how that might, we just randomly voted. But we think that might be a problem. We would like to define that up front, and then that we think will help. So hold on to that thought, and I'm going to ask you that in just a second. Once you whittle it down to your group of finalists, those finalists will then be interviewed one by one with you all. You each have picked a question or been open to whichever question, been flexible. So you have a list of questions at your dais. You will each ask each applicant the same question each time, and they will have 3 minutes to respond. So that's a 18-minute interview with the council. And then after that, you will vote again on your finalists, again by public ballot. That vote requires 4 or more for an appointment, so a majority of council. Questions? Yes.
Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Don, why are we letting them have a presentation opposed to just coming up and talking to us? It seems not very interviewee, and plus the majority of them are not doing that. Why do we do that? When we do our board appointments, we don't do that type of thing.
That's a great question, Councilmember McCoy. Because the equipment is here, and because sometimes during public invited, people do ask to display things, we knew we would get the question. So we only have 2 people, and one has one graphic to show you, and one has just 2 slides. So it's not a big lift per se, but we did extend that offer because the equipment's here.
I just want to voice my opposition to that, but I don't think it'll go very far. Thank you.
And we could certainly not display the graphics if that's the council's preference.
I would like to answer that as well, if you don't mind. Board and commission interviews are not a public process. This is. And that's why we need to do this in public.
Right, I know.
Okay. Whoops.
Sorry, I'm trying to turn it off ahead of time. So I understand that. I just, in this situation here, we could have had everybody just put their resume up there or some sort of thing like that. So I'm just trying to think that maybe that's not necessary, but again, that's my opposition to that.
Thank you. Councilor Christ?
I'm asking about number 6. When you want us to ask our questions, are we always going to ask in the same order?
Yes.
Okay. And then when did you want to discuss the minimum number of finalists?
Right now.
Okay, because mathematically there's 6 of us, so the most we would have would be 6 if we all voted for a different candidate. But it seems likely that, and maybe appropriate, that we would accept 4. I'm just throwing out the number 4 because that gives a broad range.
Let's start at the end and with Councilor Yarbrough, and just move on down the line so that we.
I'm fine with 4.
4.
2.
Good with 4.
I'll go with 4. Might as well.
I don't have any problem with
4 it is. That's very helpful. So we will have you vote until you get 4 finalists to move on to the final stage.
Okay.
So that clarity is very helpful for me, so I know how many times to ask you to keep working on that vote. Very good. And was there any other direction on the presentation, the 2 presentations? We fine with that?
Yeah.
Mostly. Okay. Thank you,
good.
Councilmember McCoy. I hear your concern. All right. That is all I had. Oh, I'm going backwards. So I will get out of the way and go get your first candidate. Do you have a preference if they're here or seated?
Probably at the microphone
Okay.
would be easier for everyone to hear them.
Okay.
So the first one is Crystal Prieto.
Okay. I will go get Crystal.
All right. So we'll start with Shakita and go down the line with the questions.
That won't be until the 4.
Oh.
This is just the 5 minutes of them introducing themselves.
Right. It's just that we had this blank space, and I thought I would. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm just going to move a couple of these things so I can set my binder down, if that's okay.
Sure. Do you want to pull the microphone down just a bit? There you go.
I am a little short, even with high heels. Alrighty. Good evening, Mayor Peck, City Council, and residents of Longmont. My name is Crystal Prieto, and I would like to thank you for having me this evening. It is an honor to be here tonight and be considered a candidate for the Ward 2 City of Longmont Council representative seat. As a lifelong resident of Longmont, with a deep commitment to public service and improving the lives of those in my community, I recognize the importance of this moment. I want to assure Council and my fellow Longmont neighbors that I am not only fully committed to taking on this role and the responsibilities that come with it, but I am also prepared, ready, and eager to serve. To demonstrate why I am the ideal candidate for this role, I would like to share some qualifications and experiences that uniquely position me to serve Ward 2 effectively. As a first-generation college student with a bachelor's degree in human services from Metropolitan State University of Denver, an institution that is renowned for cultivating change makers, I have developed the tools and strategies necessary to address Longmont's complex community issues. More importantly, I have cultivated the resiliency and determination required to face these challenges head on and work persistently to find solutions. As someone who has dedicated their career to public service, encompassing positions from the county to city government, our local school district, to nonprofit organizations, I have gained comprehensive understanding of how these systems operate, both independently and interdependently, which allows me to anticipate the ripple effects of policy decisions on these institutions and allows me to approach governance with a holistic view that prioritizes community well-being. For the past 2 years, having served as a board member and currently the chair for the City of Longmont Housing and Human Services Board and Commission, I have gained profound understanding of the challenges that our residents face. And if selected, I am prepared to bring actionable solutions to City Council. Beyond my professional qualifications, I bring the vital perspective of lived experience and the voices of those I serve in the community, day in and day out. Voices and perspectives often absent from leadership discussions, but essential for creating an inclusive and effective solutions within our city. Some examples are, as a fluent Spanish speaker and an active advocate for the Hispanic community, I am uniquely equipped to engage with the broader segment of our community. As a mother and a professional working directly with families, I deeply understand the hopes and challenges of families, and I am committed to ensuring Longmont remains a safe and vibrant, prosperous community, a place where these families can not only grow, but thrive for generations to come. As a full-time employee, I empathize with the challenges faced by the working class residents of Longmont, and I am committed to advocating for policies that promote economic stability and opportunity. As a spouse of a small business owner, I recognize the vital role that our entrepreneurs play in the Longmont economic ecosystem, and I will work to ensure that our city fosters a thriving business environment. Lastly, as a renter aspiring to own her own home one day in Longmont, I am deeply committed to addressing housing affordability, creating equitable pathways and to home ownership, and promoting long-term stability to families in our community. In closing, I stand here not only as a candidate, but as a neighbor who shares your hopes, dreams, and dedication to this place that we all call home. My commitment to Longmont is unwavering because this is where my heart lies. If given the honor to serve, I promise to lead with integrity, listen with empathy, and work tirelessly to represent the values and aspirations of every member of our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Polly, you are the next up.
Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Polly Christensen, 410 Judson Street, Longmont, Colorado. I've lived there for 35 years. When this vacancy was first announced, Diane Christ actually wrote me and suggested that I ran. I was very touched. I said I wrote her back and said I was flattered, but I was not crazy enough to do this again. But then the more I thought about it, the more I thought that actually Longmont City Council should have an actual interim person. And that's why I'm here. Every one of the people applying for the appointment intends to run for this fall's election, except me. You know that more and more people are appointed by vacancy committees, and then because they're incumbents, they are elected. Anyone appointed has an enormous advantage. I still believe in democracy. I would like the residents of Longmont to elect a Ward 2 representative for themselves this November, not just for vote for one that has been pre-selected by City Council. As I said, if appointed, I will only serve for the next 10 months because, one, I already did this for 8 years, and I don't want to do it again for 8 years. And two, I can't possibly afford to do this because I'm currently working to pay off the debt incurred during my 8 years of service to the people of Longmont. Ward 2 has had no real representation for the last 7.5 years. Real estate investors and speculators, the Real Estate Association, and wealthy developers have had very good representation. The rest of us have had nothing. This has to change. We have some really good candidates running. You know the record of things I have accomplished with housing, sustainability, infrastructure, and civil rights. You know what I stand for. Although many things have changed since I was on council, the principles of good governance and policymaking have not changed, and thankfully many of our best city staff are still here with some new and great additions, all led by City Manager Harold Dominguez, who's been a godsend to Longmont. Because of my experience, I'd be ready to serve on the first day, and those getting ready to serve in November will have more time to prepare. Whatever is decided, this nation and this town is in for a very rough ride over the next 4 years. After the election of 2016, there was a huge surge of hate speech, threats, bullying, and discrimination, anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, anti-women, anti-LGBTQ, anti-immigrant, anti-black, anti-Latino, anti-Asian. The people of Longmont must all stick together and not allow this brutality and hatred to be normalized. It's City Council's job to lead courageously and make it loud and plain that the residents of Longmont will not be divided. We will stick together and treat each other with respect. You can count on me to always choose the difficult right choice over the easy but wrong choice. Thank you for your time and good luck.
Thank you, Polly. So Teresa Simpkins will be the next candidate or applicant. Here she comes. Welcome, Teresa.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Teresa Simpkins. I know you've been provided with my resume and application information, so I'd like to use this time with you to share some of my positions on issues facing our city. First, I believe the greatest challenge facing Longmont right now is continuing to answer the question of who and what we want to be amidst continued growth, and the difficulties and opportunities that come with it. In my vision, managing growth involves economic sustainability, quality of life, transportation, and housing. I would favor a focus on growth that promotes Longmont as a place to grow up, work, raise a family, and retire. I would support infill development that balances high density and multi-use properties with single-family homes that attract young families. I would support continuing our vibrant partnership with the Longmont Chamber of Commerce and our strong focus on thoughtful economic development that attracts and retains high-value employers and supports small businesses. I would support the quality of life projects that make Longmont special, like the Greenway Paths and the future sugar mill rehabilitation. The city did a wonderful job of turning the tragedy of the 2013 flood into opportunities for infrastructure improvement, expansion of outdoor recreation opportunities, and a reevaluation of zoning and development plans. I will always support celebrating Longmont's history and cultural richness to attract and welcome a wide variety of people to our neighborhoods. It's one of our greatest assets and something that sets us apart from many other Boulder County communities. I would support transportation solutions that take into account the various lifestyles of all types of people in our community, from the young, healthy folks who want to cycle everywhere, but also for people of limited mobility or who are hauling around small children. I would support sustainable building and energy approaches and requirements, and I would want to explore ways to incorporate these without unduly burdening lower income residents or further driving up their housing costs. Finally, I would support communication initiatives to help our residents truly understand the cost of building and maintaining common amenities, like recreation centers, athletic courts, libraries, museums, and parks. Second, the problem of people experiencing homelessness in our city is certainly another hot-button topic for many in our community. I would continue strong support for the current collaborative approach in Boulder County and desire more analysis of potential solutions for those individuals who have proven resistant to it. I support building consensus, collaboration, and cooperation with local resource providers serving this population to try and better align our goals and approaches.
I believe we need to be compassionate to every individual in our community and also clear and consistent in our position and expectations of people living in Longmont in any capacity. Third, as you well know, public safety is a perennial concern for residents and a primary function of local government. I would support leaning further into our community policing approaches and creating more bridges with those community members who may have a distrust of law enforcement by identifying and cultivating community ambassadors and expanding our community engagement efforts. I would support continued funding to recruit, train, and retain high-quality law enforcement personnel, both civilian and sworn. Finally, I think we need to better inform the community of the actual prevalence of crime in Longmont rather than the perceptions played out in social media and TV news. As leaders for our city, it is incumbent on council to set attainable goals that drive collaborative solutions to these complex issues and align with the needs of the community. I have quite a few ideas, but I would first need to listen a lot to my fellow council members, to city leadership, and to my constituents. I take public service very seriously and would work hard to understand my constituents' concerns and priorities and carry those to council meetings. Furthermore, my background in government has taught me that all progress in the public sector is incremental and demands patience, consistency, and perseverance, and I would bring all three to my service. I'm aware that you have many wonderful candidates to select from tonight, and I feel that we are really lucky as a city that we have so many people who are willing to participate in public service. I have complete confidence that no matter whom you choose, my neighbors and I in Ward 2 will be well served on this council.
Thank you, Teresa. The next person is Kevin Schaefer. Dawn, can I ask you a question? Do you want them to go back to the study session room after they speak? Some have not.
We did not instruct them that they necessarily
I
had to
didn't
go
think
back.
so. Okay,
They will have
great.
already provided their presentation and therefore.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Kevin.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Schaefer, and I've lived in Longmont for 18 years with my wife and 2 kids. I graduated from engineering with an engineering degree in 1984, and I went to work for NASA in Houston, planning space shuttle flights. I moved on to space station design and eventually to managing all of NASA's data centers. NASA sent me to the White House to work for nearly 2 years. In '97, I went to Colorado State University to get a PhD in meteorology. After that, I worked for NOAA for a while, but then I finally settled into the University of Colorado, where I am a research scientist studying permafrost. I also work for a startup company building weather satellites. I am a scientist and an artist. I used the creativity of art to generate new ideas and new solutions. I want to take that creativity and apply it to problems here in Longmont. My experience qualifies me to be on the Longmont City Council. While working on the space station, NASA routinely gave me difficult problems that they could not solve. Now, these problems were typically not technical in nature. Rather, they were issues dealing with the relationships between people and organizations. I had to build and set up the collaborative relationships in order for the space station to proceed and design. I also learned that any project that you wanted to do, you had to make sure you had clear goals, adequate budget, and of course a plan with a schedule. As a research scientist, I served for 6 years on the board of directors for the United States Permafrost Association. This is a nonprofit organization meant to serve the polar research community. Just like at NASA, the president of the board asked me to completely reorganize the committee structure in order to solve a number of problems. These problems were related to differences or difficulties in relationships between people. However, I think that my term at the White House is the most relevant experience for the Longmont Council position. I helped organize a multi-agency group to identify indicators of sustainable development. I worked with nearly every federal agency in the U.S. government, Department of Education, Justice, Urban Development, Commerce, etc. We also defined some of the basic principles of sustainable development, which was a new concept at that time. A sustainable public policy must balance the needs of the economy, the society, and the environment. I want to try and take these principles and apply them here to Longmont. Naturally, I expect to take on the responsibilities of the Ward 2 council member who left. However, if elected, I do have some priorities of my own: sustainable growth and the commuter conundrum. Now, Longmont has experienced incredible growth over the last 20 years, and this growth shows no sign of slowing down. Ward 2 residents have concerns about some of the high-density developments underway or under planning, specifically with respect to the amount of traffic that might be induced. Now, I support economic growth. I feel the council must balance this growth with the strong sense of community in Longmont and the beautiful environment. These are the characteristics that make Longmont a wonderful place to live. Now, the commuter conundrum reflects the reality that a lot of people live here in Longmont, but they work somewhere else, like Boulder or Denver. Now, the whole Front Range has the same issues. We need to expand partnerships and relationships and joint agreements with neighboring communities like Niwot, Gun Barrel, Boulder, the state of Colorado, to improve traffic flows and to develop or increase or improve intercity commuting options. Now, in conclusion, governing is about people and relationships. Building relationships requires communication and respect. You must respect the other person's feelings, viewpoints, and ideas. Even if you disagree with a person, even if you ultimately act against their desires or requests.
Thank you, Kevin.
It's out?
Yep. 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Sure.
The next person we have is Cassandra Barnhart. Welcome, Cassandra.
Thank you. Where's the timer?
It's right in front. We see it, but you.
Oh, I can't see it?
No.
Oh, there it is.
It's
Okay,
on
good.
there.
Good.
Yeah.
I timed this at home, so I'm going to get on. Hello, thank you. My name is Cassandra Barnhart, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present myself to the City Council and to my fellow Longmont community members. I've spent my entire life being an active and engaged citizen. At 15, I participated in my first march. In college, I was canvassing for clean water. Since then, I've helped collect signatures for state ballot initiatives and quotes for the homeless. I've spoken at city councils and school boards, served on committees and nonprofit boards, coordinated large charity events, and been a proud Girl Scout troop leader for over a decade. I've worked community booths, volunteered at bake sales, and spent countless hours behind the scenes doing thankless tasks, often with little recognition and no pay. Why? Because nothing is more important to me than my family and my community. I want a world where my family, your family, and all of us can thrive and be happy. Thriving communities don't happen by accident. They require hard work, time commitment, and careful planning. I know that thoughtful planning, not wishful thinking, will support Longmont today and into the future. I've called Longmont home for the past few years, and I've hit the ground running. Within 3 months of arriving, I joined several local organizations: the Parent Leadership Council, the PTO, PFLAG, and the League of Women Voters. I took a deep dive into our community's events and issues to understand my new home and to find my place within it. Public service has always been my path to fulfillment, and when I saw this opportunity, I felt called to serve. I've also researched the pressing issues that affect Longmont, and specifically Ward 2. I know homelessness, overdevelopment, traffic congestion, and housing are challenges we face every day. I understand that our diverse and more vulnerable than ever communities need protection, support, and celebration. We have a lot to celebrate in our communities, and we should be elevating everyone within us. We have a school district to be proud of, but it requires our collective support as it navigates ongoing budget and policy concerns. We also have a beautiful but fragile environment, which must be central to all conversations about development and urbanization. When asked about the initiatives or agendas I'd bring to this council, I believe in the principles of democracy. I recognize that this position is by appointment, not by public vote. I empathize with the challenges caused by the resignation, and I understand the distraction that it has created. It has placed us all in a very difficult situation. To serve Ward 2 effectively, I believe the best course of action is to honor the ideas and priorities Ward 2 voted for when they elected Marcia Martin. My goal is to serve out the next 10 months with as little disruption as possible. As a Ward 2 voter, I don't want to see my district subjected to a bait and switch. The best way to be faithful to my ward is to support the initiatives, commissions, and plans already in progress, ones that have the current support of the community and the council. My priorities would be to build collaborative relationships with the current council, learn the ins and outs of city planning, and use my best judgment to finish the job that Ward 2 sent its representative to do. If appointed, I will run for office, and at that time, it would be appropriate to introduce new ideas and initiatives. That would give voters the chance to decide whether to support my specific ideas at the ballot box. I truly appreciate the time and attention you're giving to us in Ward 2. Our ward is looking for a leader who will serve with integrity, fidelity, and wisdom. I'll close with one of my favorite quotes about public service. God doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. I am called to serve Longmont, and I've done the work necessary to be well qualified to do this job. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. The next person is Reagan Sage. She'll be coming through that door in just a moment. Welcome, Reagan.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, you have an impossible decision to make this evening. To select from 12 passionate candidates, well qualified with good ideas. You have been hearing from the community that people are angry at how this process has presented itself, with concern that your selection will be a person prepared to go with the flow of the group. And all of this on the tails of a national trend against trust in our elected officials. You will make the right decision, though, because that is what you have been elected to do. You come to council meetings weekly and move through a tremendous amount of material. You engage with our community at Coffee with Council. You hear from citizens of Longmont, some louder and more often than others, at meetings and through your email. You are charged with balancing many interests, fostering engagement, strengthening community, and proving your success. My name is Reagan Sage. I live at 1800 Christie Court. I've been here for nearly 4 years. I am proud to live in Longmont, where there were 22 candidates, now 15 candidates competing for a 10-month term seat on City Council. a city where people are plugged in and passionate. Protesters on Saturdays can be found in any type of weather, even this past weekend, on Main with political signs on both sides of the street. I love the purpleness of Longmont. Diversity of thought, perspective, and ideas make us stronger. Groupthink is dangerous, and Longmont is still well positioned to prevent it. We can disagree and work together. We can have opposing viewpoints, be passionate about them, while respecting each other's perspective. I have a myriad of professional experiences supported by a BFA in theater and an MBA in marketing and management science. Think statistics. Unlike in sales, where a product is created and pushed on the public, marketing looks to a community to see what is needed and then creates that. City council members are marketers. You are also presented with statistics to contemplate and absorb, but surface level statistics can only tell you so much. The real information comes from asking the right questions of the data. I've served on boards consistently for the last 23 years, from nonprofits to academic interests to my current homeowners association. Community building has always been important to me. As technology increases the convenience of our lives, it has also enabled an increasingly secluded lifestyle. It is one of many trade-offs that have snuck into modern life. I have spoken with people who have lived here for decades, as well as those who are newer transplants, and we all agree that community, a connected village lifestyle, is not a sacrifice we are willing to make for civic growth. As we look to the future and to Longmont's role in our lives, we must acknowledge with open eyes the benefits and drawbacks to decisions and policies. If we do not take action now to preserve what is important to us, we will lose it, one lot, one resident at a time. Individually and collectively, our energy and focus follows what we measure. If economic growth and development are the only things we measure, that is where our energy goes. Envision Longmont outlines guidelines and goals, but if we do not develop appropriate metrics to which we can measure and hold ourselves accountable, then it is merely a filter by which we should be judging projects, but lacks the teeth to make the impact that it could. Setting measurable benchmarks for number of families we keep in their homes, first-time users of public transportation, acres added to green space or rewilded, then we can communicate better to the community how we are succeeding and where we need their help. I grew up in a city not very different from Longmont. Outside of Chicago, there were small farms that slowly turned into developments, a structure here or there preserved for posterity. As an adult, I returned to find Buffalo Grove to have completely lost its charm. Transformed into a sprawling plastic suburbia pervasive with big chain names. Longmont has too much history and character to submit to the same fate. The decision is yours. Please decide to grow Longmont in community, health, happiness, and prosperity. And thank you for all that you do for Longmont.
Thank you, Regan.
Thank you.
Ryan Forbes is the next one on the list. Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Forbes, Niwot High School, Montana State, and Adams State alumni. Longmont will be the world's greatest village, where children are most fortunate to be born and raised. Older adults are supported through their entire life journey. All people will have access to food and shelter, and everyone has the opportunity to thrive and feel they belong. I believe the opening of the Longmont City Council Vision for People, which I just quoted, for Longmont to become the world's greatest village is already true. We are one of the first gigabit cities in the world. Our police department and attorneys' offices work hard to keep people out of jail. And the most amazing resource we have in Longmont is the people. The current council members, the city staff, the members of the 22 boards and commissions, and the countless people working hand in hand with the city of Longmont to make the city of Longmont even greater are all invaluable resources for anyone to work with and learn from. So who am I and what can I add? While working as a software developer in Texas, I drank too much one night, blacked out, and ended up behind the wheel of my car and killed someone. I spent 6 years in Texas prisons. The experience completely reshaped my understanding of the criminal justice system as well as my place in the world. First and foremost, I take full responsibility for what I did. There's no excuse for what happened, and I have had 10 years to reflect on that tragedy, and that tragedy is what I think about every day, and I have vowed to honor the person that I've killed by living with integrity and dedicating myself to the community. I'm not applying because I believe that I deserve a seat. I'm applying because I believe I can help. I've taken what I've learned from my mistakes and turned it into a commitment to help improve the community. Based on that commitment, I joined the Recovery Cafe Longmont Board and then the Facilities Committee. The city provided funding for the Facilities Committee to purchase a new home for the Recovery Cafe in downtown Longmont, a home where more people can find a refuge of healing off the streets and find local resources. I am now in part leading capital campaign to help turn this new home into a revitalized fixture of downtown. During my time on the board, the cafe has also started working with the city to offer recovery circles at the suites. I've also worked with Boulder County Restorative Justice to publish my first restorative justice graphic novel. I host and produce my own podcast, which educates people about the criminal justice system and local ballot policies. My most popular videos were shorts about the 2024 Boulder County and Colorado ballot initiatives. With over 17,000 views and people thanking me in the comments, I realized the need to help build awareness on local policy. In my professional career, I focus on community events like education, like developing the Tiny Deck concerts and teaching podcasting at Longmont Public Media. As far as issues involving the council, first, homelessness. Having spent many years volunteering and being a part of the recovery programs, I've gotten a close-up view of life for the unhoused. For those with chronic mental health issues and no interest in being housed, continuing and expanding the city's work with local nonprofits, like its work with Recovery Cafe, Hope, Together, and Our Center, will help provide resources for these members of our community. For those needing housing, it's important to eliminate barriers, making housing affordable, available, and attainable. Currently, affordable housing is defined as 80% of the median income in Boulder County, which is approximately $102,000 a year. This is not affordable for many residents. In Aspen, affordable housing pricing is based on bids from citizens that have worked in the area for at least 2 years. Affordable housing is not just based on your income, it's based on your time already in the community. Pitkin County also has developers who work with local businesses to provide low-rent housing. Longmont may not have a ski industry to work with. However, companies like Breeze Through, with multiple locations and an apprenticeship program, may be very interested in opportunities like this. Affordable housing can also be worked on in conjunction with addressing minimum wage. If the city can work with local businesses and make housing affordable for employees, we can help these businesses stay open and thrive, keeping the downtown community and a regional destination as stated in Envisioned Longmont. These solutions work with the community instead of setting impersonal guidelines. I know what it's like to earn 6 figures.
Thank
All right,
you,
thanks.
Ryan. Sarah Levinson is next, and I see her entering. Welcome, Sarah.
Good evening. I have something for each of you. Good evening, council members. My name's Sarah Levison, and I thank you for your service. It's a hard job, and since I served, and also Polly, we have a great appreciation for all the work you do. So instead of doing the normal talk, I would like to tell a story. And my story involves a stone. It's an old folk tale from Europe, and it's called Stone Soup. There was a weary traveler who was approaching a village. He had just a backpack on his back, and he was tired and hungry. It was market day, and there were a lot of people out doing their business. And so he just came into the village, and he took a pot out of his backpack, and he had some sticks, and he started a fire, and he sat there waiting. He put some water in, started waiting for the water to boil, and he took out a stone from his backpack, sat there and polished it for a while. And a woman approached him and said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I'm ready to make some stone soup." She said, "I've never heard of such a thing, stone soup." He said, "Well, it's very good." So he put the stone in the water. He said, "You know, it would be a lot better if there was an onion." And she had just bought onions, so she gave him an onion. He chopped it up and put it in. Other people gathered round, wanted to know what was going on, and he told each of them the soup would be ready sometime soon, and everybody made a contribution. And as the soup was cooking, he took out his harmonica and started playing some music. This attracted other musicians, and soon it became kind of a party atmosphere. And he asked some of the villagers to taste the soup, and they said, "Something's lacking." And some brought herbs, some brought salt and pepper. The butcher contributed a bone and some meat. And pretty soon, the villagers started bringing out their bowls and their tables and chairs. And the soup was ready. And everybody gathered around and tasted the soup and declared it was the best soup ever. And each of the people who contributed noted how their contribution made the soup extra special good. So this weary traveler was asked to stay, and he made this village his home. So the reason I share this stone soup tale with you is that each of us, using a simple stone, can make a contribution to Longmont. And I would like to make some stone soup with you all. And I hope that I can talk to you later in the interview. So I would like to ask for your vote right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Stephen Altschuler is the next one on our list. You can start singing if you want in this dead time. Welcome, Steve.
Oh, perfect. Need that page. Want the name and address again?
Wouldn't hurt.
Good evening. Steve Altschuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. We live in the greatest country on earth, but what makes our country so great? Simply stated, it is because we, the people, are supposed to be in charge of our own destiny. We are supposed to be able to rise to any level to which our work ethic will take us. We do not live under a tyrannical government. We do not live under socialism or communism. At least we're not supposed to. We do not even live in a democracy. We live in a republic, if we can keep it. In a republic, the people choose how they want to live, and their elected officials are supposed to enact the people's will. However, I have been in these chambers and seen hundreds of citizens protest smart meters, and yet the council ignored the citizens and forced smart meters on the public anyway. I've seen Bond Farms forced to have more homes built than the people wanted. I have seen multiple low-income high-rises approved when there are hundreds of vacancies in the already existing buildings. even when hundreds of citizens' voices have said enough. Last July, it was determined that Marcia Martin was no longer a resident and would have to step down from her position on the council. I watched for 25 plus minutes, while the council debated how long they should give her before making her step down. It was determined that December 3rd was the date so that the council could appoint a new member, as opposed to NEA prior that would require the citizens actually be allowed to vote. This form of government is called a dictatorship. Last Tuesday, I was encouraged by the words from Council Member Hidalgo Faring when she stated that the to-be-appointed council member should have a good feel for what the majority of Ward 2 citizens most desire. As proof that that person is me, I would remind the council that in 2023, when the citizens were last allowed to vote, I received the next most number of votes from both Longmont and Ward 2. Further, if you look at the graph that's up here, provided by Gary Hodges, your own Longmont survey showed that the top 3 concerns of all Longmont citizens were traffic, homelessness, and crime safety. From all the candidates here tonight, I was the only one to list traffic as a major concern. Myself and 2 others were the only ones to list homelessness, and myself and 1 other were the only to list crime and safety. Obviously, I am the candidate that is most in touch with the needs, wants, and desires of our citizens. When I decided to put my hat in the ring for this appointment, Dawn sent out a list of qualifications for being a council member. The list had no requirement that someone be a teacher, work for a nonprofit, be a doctor or a lawyer, or even vote exactly as the other members do. In fact, a person could be retired and not work, be a trash collector, or an engineer, or just living in their parents' basement. The only requirements were to be at least 21 years of age and live in Longmont, Ward 2, for at least 1 year. I am obviously over 21. I have lived in Longmont for 18 years. For most of that time, I had my own window covering business and worked out of my garage. I have hundreds of former Longmont customers, and many have told me that they have sent emails to City Council advocating for me to get this appointment because they know me to be honest, hardworking, fair, and to possess common sense in solving problems. Council has also seen me here for the past 4 or 5 years, being involved and caring about my community. Shouldn't caring about one's community and the existing residents be a big bonus in being a council member? As an example of my common sense, this past summer there was an older gentleman that had built his fence to 8 feet high so the neighbors couldn't look in and bother his wife who was ill. The question was, should he be allowed to keep the fence at 8 feet or lower it to code, which is 5 feet? Council had compassion for this gentleman and was going to allow him to keep the fence. When I spoke that evening, I noted that if others saw the 8-foot fence, they would want to break code too. I suggested letting him keep the 8-foot fence with a requirement that when his wife passed away or moved out of the house, the fence needed to be restored to code, which is exactly what the council ended up doing. The point is, I look at things differently than most current council members. I may not always be correct, but isn't having fresh suggestions in solving problems a good thing? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. The next one on our list is Matthew Popkin. Welcome, Matthew.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members Christ, Hidalgo Faring, McCoy, Rodriguez, Yarbrough, and Ward 2, presuming you're watching. This is an unusual moment for Longmont. Council does not need someone to fill a vacancy just to grandstand on politics or take months to get up to speed on this role. What council needs, and Longmont deserves, is someone who can roll up their sleeves on day one with an understanding of city processes, as well as an understanding of the most pressing challenges facing Ward 2 and Longmont today. For those who don't know me, I'm a husband and a proud father of a rescue dog and 4 chickens. As a musician, I've helped enhance our community in partnership with downtown businesses and local vendors at the farmers market. My wife and I got married at Sandstone Ranch, and we set up roots here because Longmont was affordable for us and offered unique charm. We can and must make Longmont more affordable for more people and enhance the quality of life for everyone. Longmont faces a housing challenge, a cost of living challenge, and many growth-related challenges. People are understandably frustrated with increasing traffic and rising costs. But we need to treat the cause, not just the symptoms. If Longmont stopped all development today, rent and home prices would skyrocket. That's primarily because Longmont is already a desirable place to live and work, a good problem to have. But now we need to be even more intentional about what we build, how we build, where we build, and for whom we build. If the past decade of Longmont was defined by recovery, then the next chapter for Longmont will be defined by how well we manage our growth. The issues I discussed in my application, managing growth, preparing for a changing climate, and strengthening community trust, are all intertwined and not easy to achieve. But should you appoint me, I promise I'm up for the challenge. My passion for helping communities defines my entire professional career. I've helped cities far smaller than Longmont advance their goals and secure over $20 million in federal and state funding. I've helped cities far larger than Longmont invest over $450 million in a clean energy future. In at least 5 different professional and volunteer roles, I've been trusted with or have closely advised on the spending of public dollars. And regardless of your politics, it's particularly timely to note that I've helped cities work with 3 different federal administrations over the past decade. Since 2022, I have served Longmont in 2 ways. First, as a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and second, as a member of Longmont's Brownfield Advisory Committee, informing environmental planning and site cleanup priorities. As my application makes clear, I strongly believe that it's our brownfield sites, the underutilized parts of lower downtown, along Main Street, and the greater Sugar Mill area, that will be essential to helping Longmont address our housing shortage and support local businesses while simultaneously reducing development pressures in existing neighborhoods. I also already know Ward 2 well. From my service on the Planning and Zoning Commission, I have heard, read, and reviewed hundreds of public comments on new proposals. I have seen firsthand the frustration that residents have felt when a plan feels out of place. As a result, I've shaped projects to be more walkable, more safe, and more aligned with city goals by directly negotiating with developers. But my current role is reactive by design compared to City Council. Now is the time to get implementation right. Not in 5 years, not in 10 years. Then we have to course correct, rebuild trust, if possible, and deal with less effective and less resilient infrastructure. And that will always cost more. I know I do not have all the answers, and I plan to listen to and learn from each of you, our capable staff, and others in the community, in order to creatively and carefully problem solve for Ward 2. Frankly, I respect the tough position you're all in with this appointment process. Electing representatives is core to our values and serves 2 main purposes. Number 1, democracy, allowing residents to choose who represents them. And number 2, accountability, allowing residents to hold their current representatives, should they seek re-election, responsible for their decisions and actions. I understand that it may be tempting to select someone who promises to only serve out the remainder of this term. However, I think this would be a serious disservice to Ward 2. This would deny residents with both opportunities for democracy and accountability. Ultimately, Ward 2 could then be served by someone who is neither elected nor interested in being held accountable. In that spirit, I hope you all, and the residents of Ward 2, will let me earn your trust given this unusual process, and then hold me accountable for how I have served Ward 2 this year should I choose to run in November. I believe I can most effectively serve Ward 2 because of my professional experience, my service to the community, and my passion for Longmont's future. That said, this process personally impacts me too, so if there is someone else who can better serve Ward 2, I sincerely hope you pick them instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. The next person is Ash Beckham. Welcome, Ash.
All yours, thanks.
Not my graphic. Okay. Hi, Town Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Ash Beckham, and I ask for your vote for the vacancy on the Ward 2 seat. I came to my first City Council meeting in 2017. I was accompanying some friends. They were teachers. They had students that were speaking at a public forum on the designation of Longmont as a sanctuary city. And what I saw that night was truly inspiring to me, and something I hadn't seen in 15 years of living down the road in a town that starts with a B. And it was political discourse that was actually relatable. People that could get along with each other, that could have differences of opinions. It was contentious at times, sure, but there was a passion that happened for the city of Longmont, and I love that. It was so nice to see and so refreshing. I realized this was a diverse community, that we could have different opinions, different ideas, and we could grow together and come towards a common outcome and find that commonality. I know that Ward 2 has some challenges that are very similar to the rest of Longmont, but whether you're talking about affordable housing, infrastructure, transportation, any of the variety of problems that we face, I think it's important to know that there's diverse perspectives, that when we dive in and lean in, we have to know that there are so many ways that Ward 2 shows up and is represented. I think the most important thing that we need to bring forward to the community is the representation of that diversity. I think it's the strength of Longmont, and I think it's something that I would effectively represent on council. When these problems don't exist in silos, when we're talking about some of the challenges that exist, and they're all related, in my opinion, to one thing, which is growth. And how do we have manageable growth? I think nobody in Ward 2, or a few people in Ward 2 are anti-growth, but they really want to know at the core that we're doing it in an effective way, in a productive way, in a sustainable way that works for everybody. I don't pretend to know what it's like to be a fifth-generation farmer who has to sell their property to make ends meet and find a developer to develop it, or what it's like to be a family where one of the parents is a firefighter and one is a teacher, and they can no longer afford to live in town. I don't know what it's like to be in a house for 40 years, have it paid off, but have the threat of losing that home because you can no longer afford the property taxes because they're accelerating at a faster rate than your fixed income. I don't know what it's like to be undocumented and be afraid of not knowing how you're going to be supported within your community. I don't have a human experience being any of those people, but I have friends that are like that. I have neighbors that are like that. I see them at the grocery store. I talk to them at the bus stop. I see them on walks with my son and my wife. I know these people, and I know humans, not because I read surveys, but because I read humans, and not because I have a certain position, but because I have a disposition. I think the most important thing that we need to do when we select a Ward 2 representative is that they just don't know what it's like to live in Ward 2. They need to know what it's like for everyone that lives in Ward 2 and represent that diverse perspective. I think it's critical when we think about growth that it's inevitable. And in my career as a organizational strategist, I work with companies that are Fortune 100 companies to local nonprofits and everywhere in between, and with one singular goal, and that's creating cultures and communities that authentically thrive. And I think what I've found out is that people don't necessarily need to know that they've been represented. And they don't necessarily need to know that you do what they say. They just need to know that they've been heard. And I think that's something that is missing on the town council that I would be able to bring, is the ability to listen to all different perspectives. We're stronger, not in spite of our diversity, but because of it. I think the growth is critical, and we all want that to happen, but can happen in a manageable way. That we know that we don't need to just set aside space for and resources to make sure that we have sustainable growth, but that we have effective transportation, that we have schools that work, that we're not afraid that the new 500 units or the 300 units that are happening in our community isn't going to overwhelm our schools that are already at 25-1, and how are we effectively doing that? I also think it's critical that when decisions are made, that we effectively communicate them to our constituents, that they have to know that there's a why behind what we did. None of this is arbitrary. All of those opinions and perspectives matter, and if we can effectively convey that to them, we can have a stronger community. These aren't just policies, but questions about leadership, transparency, and trust that require someone who understands how to bridge differences and find common ground. That's what I do. That's what I built a career doing. I believe in Longmont, and I believe in people, and I believe together we can make Longmont a city that works for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ash. The next person is Devin Edgley. Welcome, Devin.
Thank you.
Thanks. You're very welcome. Mic is on.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and members of council. My name is Devin Edgley, and I am an applicant for the Ward 2 Longmont City Council seat. I recognize homelessness to be a regional issue and not a problem that can be fully addressed on a city-to-city basis. To effectively find solutions, policy partners, neighboring cities, and our state and local governments need to work together to mitigate homelessness for our region. The solutions that have worked in other cities may not be the best approach for our community, and it's important to have open dialogue to figure out what the similarities and differences are across our state for homelessness solutions. As an advocate of permanent supportive housing like Xenia, I also feel more should be done to support individuals and families transitioning out of homelessness. Mental health and behavioral health support is a crucial piece to the success of individuals in our community. Knowing this, securing funding for mental health and behavioral health services will help us address not just chronic homelessness, but will provide additional services to people in need, which will help our region and city thrive. Transportation and traffic mitigation is an interest and concern of mine that I would love to address if appointed to council. I know that Longmont is one of the first cities to get rid of parking minimums, encouraging use of alternate forms of transportation. I am interested in exploring transportation more as it relates to our workforce, safety, climate initiatives, and housing. Housing is a very important subject in our city. I would love to learn more and implement policies that address density of housing in the city of Longmont. But I would also love to address housing for both lower and middle class to equitably offer homes to individuals and families that want to live in our city. Move our city towards more sustainable practices, and I would be honored to work with all of you on that. The cost of living has reached a challenging point for residents in our community. What can we do as a council to address the need for livable wages for our families and businesses? I hope to work on this with all of you and to learn from my community what their needs are as far as livable income. I'm excited to say, over the last couple of years, I have been active in advocacy efforts in the Boulder County community. I'm the policy program specialist at the Boulder Chamber. In 2023, I completed the Pollinator Advocacy Program, where I learned about native plants and regenerative gardening practices. In 2024, I was a graduate of the Boulder County Leadership Fellows cohort. In 2024, I was a delegate at the Boulder County Combined Assembly and Convention and the 2024 State Assembly and Convention. I am on the board of directors for the Boulder County Farmers Market, as well as Junkyard Social Club. I look forward to growing my accomplishments for the betterment of the community and collaborating with all of you on council. I am eager to learn more about Longmont City Council from all of you. I am passionate about listening to my community with equitable ears and addressing residential concerns and considering multiple points of view. I am excited to communicate with my community how and why council advocates for policies with the intention of positive impacts on our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Devin. Tara Menza is next on the list. Welcome, Tara.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and City Council members. I am Tara Menza, and I am applying for the open Ward 2 City Council seat. I have lived in Ward 2 for 6 years with my husband and our 5 children, ages 8 to 16, all of whom attend school in our wonderful St. Vrain Valley School District. After my husband retired from the Navy as a naval aviator and test pilot, we moved to Longmont by way of a short detour in Seattle. I instantly realized how special Longmont was with its small town charm and warm, welcoming community members. Longmont was the hometown I didn't realize I had been missing. After spending 14 years as a military spouse and making many military moves up and down the West Coast, Longmont was the town where we decided to plant roots for our children. Upon settling into our new home, I immediately got involved in my children's school and other local community organizations. My passion has always been connecting with people and finding ways to serve in my community. From working as a volunteer doula for military spouses, serving as president of a parent-teacher association, substitute teaching, serving on the Longmont Symphony Orchestra Board of Directors, volunteering as a community leader for Doing Democracy Day, serving as vice chair of the Public Policy Committee for the Longmont Chamber of Commerce, and chairing the gun safety team for the League of Women Voters, Boulder County, I have found it fulfilling and rewarding to be involved in community. In my service to my community, I have connected with many residents here in Ward 2 and throughout Longmont and Boulder County. What I want you to know about me and why I should be considered for this appointment is my unwavering commitment to cultivating a Longmont where everyone can live and work and thrive. Serving as a city council member is an opportunity to address key community challenges and build a more inclusive, vibrant city. To quote John F. Kennedy, in a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility. So I will say to you tonight, with that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation to view others with kindness despite our differences. With this responsibility of leadership comes the obligation to stand up for what's right, even if you're the only one standing, and to find common ground where we can. One of the most pressing issues facing Longmont is the need for better housing solutions that meet the diverse needs of our residents. A fresh perspective, along with my creative problem-solving skills and thoughtful out-of-the-box ideas, will help address Longmont's housing challenges and ensure that our community remains welcoming and sustainable for current and future generations. I want to work with you, council members, to solve the challenges of growth in Longmont while maintaining our town's warmth and charm. Another pressing issue Ward 2 residents continue to share with me is the need for a solution to our traffic problems. With advanced technology at our fingertips, we can use a multitude of options to help the people of our town to get to their destinations safer and easier. Balancing growth and addressing housing and traffic in creative and innovative ways will be my top priority representing Ward 2. Longmont has the opportunity to become a leader in this state for housing solutions, economic development, and sustainable growth without compromising our priorities of climate action, places and amenities, transportation, early child care and education, housing for all, equity, safety, and sustainability, and core services. My long and accomplished resume of steadfast service to my community will help City Council ensure we can meet the needs of Ward 2 and Longmont as we grow. Fostering a deep sense of community and something bigger than myself is what I teach my children every day. As a familiar face here in Ward 2, I will meet the residents where they are and listen to their concerns, ideas, and thoughts about their needs in the town we all call home. As a community, we can come together with ideas to solve some of these problems by collaborating with those in the private and nonprofit sectors, and even the children in our school district, the future of Longmont. We have a city full of incredibly brilliant minds and businesses that can help bring ideas to the table. Together with our city's government, we can secure solution-driven policies while keeping our small businesses open, keeping costs low for our community members, and addressing the variables that contribute to a higher cost of living in order to meet the needs of our residents today and for generations to come. Each one of you on City Council has contributed in a positive way to our lovely town. I look forward to serving alongside each of you and working together to find creative and innovative ways to keep Longmont the best little town in Colorado as we continue to grow and meet the diverse needs of our beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Andrew Couch is the next applicant. Welcome, Andrew.
Evening, Council. My name is Andrew Couch. I've been a Longmont citizen since 2006. I'm originally from Indiana, lived in Texas, lived in Japan. I now live in Colorado. I work at Intrado Safety Services doing 911 VoIP services. I come from a lot of things from a tech perspective. Drives my wife crazy. It's the way I think. I apologize, but it's the way I do it, things. So my issue, if I have an issue as a councilman, should I become that lucky, is that I would be worried about growth. I watch your meetings on TV, and it keeps coming up over and over again. My dealings with growth began about a half dozen-ish years ago when they built an apartment complex across from my house. I was interested in the traffic study because I was doing bike races at the time as a promoter. I was curious. And so I looked at it, and I said, your numbers are wrong. And so I went and asked. And I said, hey, y'all, your numbers are wrong. There's more than 2 bikes that go past every hour. Just doesn't happen. This is Colorado. Rain or shine, there are at least 2 bikes. And it's a school safe zone. So the kids go by on parade every day going to school. Most of them on bikes. It's just what it is. And the traffic person was very nice. And he said, nope, we get these numbers pre-canned from a transportation guide that we have. And I was like, that's an uncomfortable way to do things because it doesn't reflect the road I live on. And we got on with our lives. But it seems like the system is repeating itself. I look at the way that we're working on the road that comes between airport and Hover. And next to the airport, we were going to do some developments. There's several housing developments on it already. It's Boston Avenue. Hello, here's where I live. Old folk moment, sorry. But long story short, it looks like there's several housing developments in already. We had a big one planned in front of the airport, which got delayed. But we have not planned for the infrastructure. Like there's no turn lane on the Hover side. You have 1 lane servicing straight and turn. So there's big delays. The light is still short. There's no lights or provisions for lights to be built on airport to let traffic out in that direction, which is a major arterial. It looks as though we're still building ad hoc. And so I would make 2 suggestions. One is for hard data and one's for personal data. We need better examples of both. We need to map out our traffic. We need to get traffic strips out at our major intersections. We need to get cameras up so we can figure out what bikes and people are doing in real life and not pick it out of a book. We need to map our traffic. We have to know where we start from, get a baseline. And this is the techie in me talking. Before you put VoIP services on a network, you need to know what the network will hold, what it's doing currently, and what can we add to it. And right now, because we look at every project as just a project and not as a member of a holistic system, we fail overall, which is why people all across town are complaining about growth when the growth is in apartments here and there. And you're like, this is really weird. No, it's not weird. And so we need to kind of drill down on people. And so I noticed in one of our previous meetings, people were complaining about the low turnout for the questionnaire. Well, I've got solutions. No one likes my solutions. Here's my solution for that. We've got a big database. It's called the utilities database. Just put the questionnaire in your paper and with a return envelope if you're sending it out and be like, hey man, you return this, then your next bill will be $5 off. Or if you're online, paying online, great. I'll put a link in it. I want you to answer it. There'll be a coupon code that comes up, put it in right now and take $5 off your bill right now. It will cost us, yes, 40,000 houses in the city, 45 times, $5 a pop if everybody gets down on it, and why wouldn't you? Everybody pays their bills, everybody wants to get a couple bucks off, answer all the questions, get your $5 off. We can have a real idea of what people are worried about. And then, we can ask them flat out, like, what city street bothers you? Why? What intersection bothers you? Why? And we may find that the human needs and the human requirements are slightly different from the traffic requirements. We may be able to make the citizens happy without taking care of all the traffic problems, but we need data. We just flat out need data that's not pre-canned and pre-cooked. Also, I'm apolitical. I've been in enough places where politics doesn't faze me one way or the other. I'm probably pro-family more than I'm pro anything else. That's the lens at which I look through because I have a family, and most of my neighbors do too, and I'm curious at how they're doing, and I want them to do better. But to help get my word in the water as far as like affordable housing, the whole cash in lieu prospect, just stop doing it. Just make people build houses. We take a cash amount, but because of inflation and because of the delays that are done, God love our housing authority, but unfortunately for these kids, they're chasing something that's receding in the distance. Just make the builders build it. Stop taking cash in lieu. Thank you for my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Andrew. And our last applicant is John Limke. Did he show up?
He has not. He's not here yet, so.
Okay.
So Mayor, our next step then is for us to distribute ballots. If you want to take a few moments while we distribute those for you, that would be handy.
That would be handy.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's do another 5 minutes. Says 3, but we are going to do 4, correct?
Let's clarify before everybody does their first ballot. We can do, the process said 3 when we prepared these. So that's what we put down. But if you would like to make that 4,
Yeah.
we think that you'll get through this faster. The broader.
He wants 2.
I know.
You can undervote. It's legitimate to undervote ballot. That's legitimate.
And it wouldn't be taken as long as we only got 2 candidates.
Oh, okay. I know what your priority is. I know your priority.
It's certainly
Unique? Yeah, it did.
Okay. We're-
Here.
Okay, who's my number 1? We're going to do 4, remember?
Wait, we vote for 3, but our finalist is gonna be 4.
Yeah, we can.
So she's gonna narrow down all of our.
Trying to narrow
keep
it
going
down to
until we
4.
get down to 4, so we only picked 3.
All right.
She's going to clarify that.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's wait until she clarifies it.
I'll definitely do my.
Pick at least 3. And then maybe 4, depending on what we decide.
Oh, wait a minute. Not in the same order as this. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I wish I could vote for about 5.
I know.
There's some
Really good ideas in candidates, and I said, I wish we could can all their ideas and stick them into.
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's some people I'll be, contacting and saying, okay, bring that idea before council. There's some good ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That did all that without notes. That impresses me.
Did it?
To be able to just.
Is the last guy.
Yeah. The second to the last, because the last guy didn't show.
Oh, that's right.
He wanted to participate.
I know. I thought he was really good. Well, he'd be stand-up comedy, but.
Mayor, when you're ready, I just want to clarify how many each council member should vote for before we get done.
We are back if the candidates and folks would take their seats. Dawn?
Sorry. My apologies, Mayor. I just want to be sure that you all have before you various ballots.
Yes.
They are numbered, so we're voting the first round, which is your number 1 ballot. They're numbered in your bottom right corner. you all suggested in the break.
Can we have it, people take their seats? I can barely hear Dawn, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sorry.
It's my ears, but.
You all talked for a couple of you on break about voting for 4 instead of 3. The process you approved was to vote for 3, so that's what we indicated on those ballots that we prepared ahead of time. If you are in agreement to vote for 4 at a time, vote for 4 on this ballot to see if we can get there a little faster. That's fine by me as long as we are all on the same page and you are all voting for a maximum of 4 people on this ballot.
So are we in agree? Do you want to stick with the 3 on this ballot, or do you all want to go with 4?
I'm okay with 4.
Shakita?
Yeah, I'm fine with 4. 4? Okay.
If it gets us there fast.
If it gets us. We'll do
4 it is.
Very good. And then undervotes are always, that's part of elections. People don't always vote everything, so we understand that too. All right, so vote first ballot, and then who's first, Harold or Eugene? Harold. Harold will collect.
The old days, we did this for boards and commissions.
Oh,
Where you come around and, yeah. Come around and collect. Yep.
I do like our new process better.
Oh. Yes.
Okay. I'm the last one. It's hard.
All right, Councilmember Christ voted for Steve Altshuler, Andrew Couch, Tara Menza, Teresa Simpkins. Councilmember Hidalgo Faring voted for Matthew Popkin, Crystal Prieto, Reagan Sage, Teresa Simpkins. Councilmember McCoy voted for just 2, Sarah Levison and Crystal Prieto. Mayor Peck voted for Reagan Sage, Matthew Popkin, and Andrew Couch, and Ash Beckham. Councilmember Rodriguez voted for Ash Beckham, Matthew Popkin, Crystal Prieto, and Reagan Sage. And Councilmember Yarborough for Cassandra Barnhart, Matthew Popkin, Crystal Prieto, Teresa Simpkins.
All right. So Mayor and Council, we do have you asked for a minimum of 4 finalists. They needed to get 3 or more votes to move on from this round to the final round. So you do have 4 finalists here: Matthew Popkin, Crystal Prieto, Regan Sage, and Teresa Simpkins. And the other 7 ballots you don't need. Very good. So then the next process will be the interviews. And I think we'll have them sit.
Okay.
For that part. It's a little bit different feel. So this last round, they will be alphabetically by last name, because that's easy on the fly instead of doing a lottery on the fly. So Popkin, Prieto, Sage, and then Simpkins will be the order.
Okay.
So I would say if Matthew Popkin, the Matthew Popkin stay here, and the other 3 would go back to the study session.
Okay, I would like to thank everyone who applied. It was very hard. All of you brought great ideas to us. I wish we could can all of them, but we cannot. So thank you for your interest in our city.
Test, test, test.
And then, Mayor, you all have your questions, and I think we talked about just going down the line, either whichever direction. We put them in this order, right to left. I guess it's your right to left, but whichever way you'd like to go, I would say just be consistent in that order all 4 times. And this portion is timed. They have 3 minutes. Is this set to 5, Michelle? Can you help us? Is Susie a master of the timer already? Perfect. Look at you go. Perfect. So 3 minutes each to respond to each individual question. And then we'll vote again. If you need to mute, if you just needed.
Appreciate it. Thanks. So this is when I get to ask you all questions, right?
No. Okay, and we're doing 3 minutes for each question?
Yes.
Yes. Correct, okay.
All right. Thank you for applying there, Mr. Popkin. So my question is, the cost of housing is a top concern noted by residents in the public comments, online forums, and the recent citizen satisfaction survey. What is your stance on the city's inclusionary housing policy, and what ideas do you have to ensure housing is more affordable and that homeownership is realistic for more residents of Longmont?
Great, thank you. Can you repeat the question one more time?
Sir? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. The cost of housing is a top concern noted by residents in public comment, online forums, and in the recent citizens satisfaction survey. What is your stance on the city's inclusionary housing policy, and what ideas do you have for ensuring housing is more affordable and that ownership is realistic for more residents of Longmont?
Great, thank you. So as I noted in my application, Councilmember McCoy, and in my remarks before, I think cost of housing, cost of living is one of, if not the top issues, and I think your question aptly reflects that. In terms of our overall housing policy, this is something that we see on the Planning and Zoning Commission, where applicants and developers will propose different levels of affordability and attainability, depending on what they're trying to meet in terms of the market. There is a policy that they can opt out of. There's a policy that they can meet as is written in terms of the affordable housing component specifically. From my experience, I think we see more fee in lieu options there, which I think reduces it certainly is their option from a market standpoint. And that's, the goal of an optional or opt-out type policy. But I think that is incumbent upon a policy-making body like City Council to decide or reevaluate that policy from time to time, and to decide if it's really truly meeting the needs of the community and the housing stock. If I recall correctly, there was a housing study done for Longmont in 2023, I think it was, about kind of the gaps in rental and for sale housing. I think it was about the median sale price, I think now in Longmont is about $600,000 for a house
in Longmont, and that does not seem to me to be affordable or attainable for most folks. I think it's under a third of people, according to that study, were actually able to meet that for sale housing price, and that's a problem. If we're that's a problem for young families and new residents who are trying to kind of step into the ownership space in housing. It's a problem for folks on the other side of the equation who have been in a house for a while and want to downsize, but because they got their house in 1980 or 1990, when the price of housing was a completely different order of magnitude, they can't afford to downsize, and or they can, and they'd be in a one-bedroom apartment that's the same value as their 5-bedroom house, and that's also a problem too. And so when we're thinking about inclusionary, affordable, and attainable housing, we need to think about it at all ends of the spectrum in terms of tenure living here, and we need to think about what the market supply is actually providing. So the last thing I'll just note is when I talk about managing growth, I do think we need more housing. We need to build more housing. It needs to be more rental units and more for sale units, ideally more of the latter. And I don't know to what extent the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council can direct for sale explicitly, but I presume that if there was a will, there's a way. Yeah.
Because now your time's up.
How much more time did I have?
Like 8 seconds.
Well, I will reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. So the next person that we need to call is,
I just have to ask my question.
oh, that's right, okay, go ahead,
Question on.
Councilwoman.
Mr. Pumpkin, in your quest for excellence, what characteristics or aspects of yourself have held you back from being as successful as you would like? And you have 3 minutes, so take your time.
I will, thank you. In my quest for excellence, what has held me back? What a fun question. Thank you, Councilmember. And if I had to be honest, I would say I sometimes bite off more than I can chew. And I have learned that the hard way, and I've learned that the easy way. When I think about that, that is either, trying to get out, caring about too many issues, and then, through dilution, you end up caring about none in terms of what you actually put your mind to. And then also means just kind of getting out ahead of, the pulse of, other people who actually need to get on board with you. And, for any body, whether it's a commission, this council, you need at least 4 votes to get something forward. So, if you want to grandstand on something, great, but if no one else is there with you, then it's not going to be a productive use of time. And let's just say I've learned that over time as to how to, better prioritize what's both most urgent, most timely, and both necessary to kind of start at a certain point. Not every issue is something that you can address in the moment and is something that can be solved overnight. Some of the biggest successes in my career have taken years to materialize, even in my professional career. Whether it's major clean energy projects or really exciting brownfield revitalization journeys. I've worked with cities with sites that are 5x the size of the sugar mill, and we've seen them turn around. I've worked with Rust Belt and Appalachian communities where the population was half dependent on the steel mill, and it is tough to see what has happened when that mill shuts down, and it is even tougher to figure out how does a community like that reinvent itself and try to do something almost out of nothing, kind of like a phoenix rising from the ashes, and to do so in a way that isn't just throwing money at a problem, because that doesn't always do it either. And so it's the strategy of long-term thinking there that eventually, let's say, I came to appreciate over time, and for larger scale projects, in fact, like some of the largest ones that a community has ever seen, it can take years to plan right, to do thoughtfully, to implement well, but can make a world of difference at the other end. So to come back to your question, what's held me back? It's wanting to do too many big things at once and figuring out, when we look at a community priority or, a housing challenge, to Councilmember McCoy's question before, I think a really excellent project that the council and city worked on was the house pad development recently, where it was for sale, affordable, and attainable housing. And I know that took years to materialize, and it took years to prioritize that is how we're going to try to really pilot a new model of housing innovation and affordability in Longmont. And it's those types of projects that when you don't prioritize well enough, you lose sight of the bigger picture.
Thank you, Matthew. So I'm next. The City Council has made a commitment for the City of Longmont to attain 100% renewable energy by 2030. What are your thoughts about this goal and the city's partnerships and efforts set in place to reach it?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
What are your thoughts about the goal of attaining 100% renewable energy by 2030 and the city's partnerships and efforts set in place to reach it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Peck. This is a really challenging topic and one that I actually know quite well. My day job is helping cities implement their ambitious climate and energy goals. I've worked with cities as large as Chicago, which just recently brought online a 600 megawatt solar farm in central Illinois, of which the city is taking 300 megawatts. It's a $422 million project. It took about 5 years to come and actually be built from the time we started planning it. And I've worked with much smaller projects, rooftop solar projects, parking canopy projects, and other utility innovations. When I look at a goal like 100% by 2030, there's the aim and then there's the reality of how you get there. And simply put, in Longmont, as part of, as one of 4 communities that's part of the Platte River Power Authority, Longmont is dependent on the other communities and Platte River Power Authority, or PRPA, or partially dependent, I should say, to actually meet that goal. It is a challenging goal. There are very few, if any, cities of this size or larger that I know of that have actually hit 100% by now. Most of them already have a nuclear plant or a hydroelectric plant that's been already in operation. So there are software and hardware and technology challenges that are still being figured out and commercialized. I think it's great to have an aspirational target. If you look at the recent plans from Platte River Power Authority, simply put, they aren't modeled to get to that 100% by 2030. That's just the reality of what's been modeled at this point. I would love to see that target be hit. I'd also love to make sure that we maintain a reliable system and an affordable energy system for everyone as we hit that. And to do that, we need to aim for the stars and hope we get to the moon along the way. And it's going to require coordination across the 3 other communities, Loveland, Estes Park, and Fort Collins. It will require coordination between what Platte River Power Authority does on the supply side of the utility end, where they are generating power for kind of all 4 communities on bulk, capturing that economy of scale in the market, and then what the 4 communities' distribution utilities are able to implement too. And so there'll be a division of responsibilities and roles. My hope as we try to achieve that is that PRPA can handle the supply side of that and get the economies of scale, and that the 4 communities can work together on distributed solutions, energy efficiency, rooftop solar, EV charging, heat pumps, and those kind of more distributed energy resources. They'll all be part of the equation at different levels, and they'll each make sense for different properties and different homes and different businesses at different times. But I understand that the incentives and programs we have are aimed towards meeting that, and I think we have to be realistic about the market, the technology, and the political will that we have in order to make sure that we get as close to that target as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my question is, so City Council has outlined several key priorities in its vision for the future, including fostering economic development, enhancing sustainability, promoting affordable housing, addressing the need for quality early childhood education / childcare for working families, and improving transportation infrastructure. How familiar are you with the current vision and goals, and what specific actions would you take to ensure these goals are effectively addressed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Hidalgo Ferrin. Look, simply put, I generally agree with this council on the goals. And I wouldn't, if appointed, I wouldn't be coming here to shake things loose and try to redefine all of council's priorities. But I do very much care about and work professionally in how these goals are implemented. And so that's what I would focus on, how they're implemented cost effectively, how they're implemented pragmatically, and that they make sense behaviorally for people at a common sense level. I spoke about managing growth as kind of a key theme in my application, and I just want to highlight that I think it intersects with many of the goals you just shared. When we talk about managing growth, we're talking about housing and affordability. We're talking about transportation. We're talking about infrastructure build out and utilities. We're talking about, frankly, as we think about affordability, we have to think about early childhood education and childcare. You can't have an affordable place to live with no childcare options if you have a family and children. And so when we are thinking, and when we think about sustainability, of course, I've spoken to that a little bit already, but sustainability is more than just our energy system. It's how we get around. It's our air quality. It's the open space and parks that we all love. And so managing growth, so if we do it well, we are reinvesting in the sites in lower downtown, around the sugar mill, along Main Street. That concentrates development away from existing neighborhoods where they are concerned about the character of their neighborhoods. It focuses on existing transportation infrastructure, reduces the build out of roads, which is frankly just about as fiscally responsible as you can get when managing a transportation system. It leverages the existing trails and sidewalks that we already have, the existing or soon to be coming complete streets on complete street and pedestrian accessibility improvements on Kaufman. And the impact of this is more, it's more cost effective to manage all of this infrastructure when it's more concentrated. And then from a sustainability standpoint more broadly, that's fewer cars on the road or fewer miles you have to travel in your car to get to the same place. It will get some people, not everyone, out of their cars and walking or biking. And it will get more and more housing around the existing businesses that we have. And we have a really fantastic independent and local business community. And I don't think people always make the connection between the more foot traffic you have and the more just, pedestrian traffic that you have and less cut-through traffic that you have in a community, the more businesses actually get supported. As an independent musician, I actually work with a bunch of restaurants, and I see people just driving by all the time. And obviously I'd love them to stop by and listen to me, but it's not always about that. But it is a reflection of people passing by and not taking the time to window shop, which can lead to economic development there, to appreciate just being able to, walk around, grab a drink, keep moving around, shopping around during, whether it's a winter holiday special or just an average Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. As members of council, we often have differing views on topics before us. Tell us about your leadership and conflict resolution style, how you approach decision-making when there are opposing interests or opinions, and how you will build and maintain the trust of your fellow council members as well as the residents of Ward 2.
All right. One of my first jobs was as a soccer referee, and I did that for 16 years. And I sometimes wish I could send people off from other situations and show a red card when people are misbehaving, but that's not how the world works. In a professional setting, one of the things that I think is integral for a body like this, or just even a workplace in general, is that you take the time to listen to people regardless of hierarchy. You take the moment to build trust with people. That doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. It takes understanding and listening and learning. And that sets a different tone. The moment someone is open to learning from someone else and being open to new ideas or a new way of looking at a problem that they haven't thought about, that breaks down other biases and starts to set up situations where people can learn and grow together and problem solve together. So I would say, in terms of conflict resolution and leadership, I orient towards, let's say, creative problem solving. And that's something that I have tried to find my footing with on the Planning and Zoning Commission most recently, which was a newer endeavor for me in the last few years. And
I think I started off a little bit of a bull in a china shop there, and then quickly realized not only was that not as effective, but the best way to actually make progress with some of the developers and applicants and staff was less to just kind of bombard on questions, but actually to figure out, okay, what are we actually trying to solve for? We had a 2.5-hour debate in November about a crosswalk between Costco and the new In-N-Out burger that's coming in, and I would say that was not at all hostile. Everyone was there to try to solve the problem. I flagged this as a concern, and then said, I don't fully know, I think we can put a crosswalk in here. And it turned out there were 3 property owners involved in this, and it became a lot more complicated of a balloon than I thought that, I was originally just opening up. And that involved just collaboration. We had a target of how do we get a crosswalk in there? Staff, the applicant, and myself, and other commissioners. If there was an easier way to do it, I was all ears. I just wanted to make sure that we solved that. And so I'd say, open, thoughtful, and creative problem solving is kind of my goal when I step into a space like this, because at the end of the day, that's what people want, and that's what actually benefits the community. All right.
Thank you. Hi, Matthew. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being vulnerable and filling out the application and, getting ready to roll. So my question is really simple and easy. It's not these hard questions like they had. So we know you're on planning and zoning. Other than that, do you currently serve on any other local or regional boards? And how would you stay informed and engage with the community needs and concerns as a city council member and as a representative of this community?
I don't think that's as easy as a question as you might think, Councilmember Yarborough. In addition to the Planning and Zoning Commission locally, I also serve on Longmont's Brownfield Advisory Committee, which some people don't even know exists, but it was formed about 1.5 years ago to help inform city staff and other kind of community economic development leaders on how to prioritize federal pass-through dollars coming through the state for brownfield cleanup, basically, and assessments, figuring out which sites are the highest priority for community needs, to kind of get in that pipeline of assessment, cleanup, and then hopefully eventually redevelopment. Unsurprisingly, those are generally in lower downtown and around the Sugar Mill, though there are a couple other pockets around the city that we're looking at. The other board that I serve on is the Colorado Agrivoltaics Learning Center, or Jack's Solar Garden. If you've been down to that solar farm, it's one of the kind of preeminent displays or models of community solar on existing agricultural land. So there's active farmland and active solar panels working in tandem. And so I help serve on that board, helping advise on funding for the Learning Center, policy decisions as it would relate to municipal land use code, or at the state level, should we get into the state discussion on agrivoltaics, again, pairing solar and active farmland. And then also on just education and tours to help people see an innovative deployment of solar, and in a way that doesn't displace farmers or farm workers, but actually complements them. Complements with an E. The panels aren't actively complementing them. So those are the 2 other service areas currently, and I would intend to stay on both if appointed here, because I just personally really like both of them. In terms of how do I stay informed, this is unusual because through an appointment process, you're not going door to door and you're not doing all these forums. I know there are coffees with council, so we'll start with the basics there, but I would actually want to go door to door I'm a firm believer that not only do you learn by doing and talking to people, but you also learn by experiencing neighborhoods on foot, by bike, and in car. And I do that with cities that I work with professionally, and I would certainly be doing that with neighborhoods that I'd be actively representing if I haven't spent as much time there. You get a different sense of a place by immersing yourself in it and understanding different people's perspectives in it. That's something that we're not actually allowed to do as much on P&Z when planning and zoning, when proposals come, out of fairness to the applicant, but it's something I I wish I could do, because I feel like I could understand the place better than if I'm just scrolling through Google Earth. In terms of other ways, I would love to. I'd certainly plan to immediately reach out through the local papers to let them know first. People have to know that they have a new representative for Ward 2. And I would want to create all kinds of, opportunities, dare I say, like office hours, if you will, where people can meet me for a drink or coffee, or in a park just to talk and share their opinion. That's a little bit less formal than an event like this or public invited to be heard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to our next applicant, which is Crystal Prieto.
Thank you.
Oh.
You're on these ballots. Get your ballots. Yeah, can I get them? I'll go back to you. I promise I'm not going to steal them. I'm just going to take them and go back. Thank you.
Prieto? I just want to make sure I'm saying it right.
I think we'll start at the, shall we?
Yeah, let's reverse.
Go. Yeah.
Let's reverse.
We gotta be consistent.
Oh,
Okay, I'm fine. We'll do
okay,
it.
you're good.
We'll make it.
That's what she said. That is what she said. That's what she said.
Not wrong.
Hello, Crystal.
Hello, Mayor Peck.
So we each have a question that we are going to ask you, and we're going to start with Councillor McCoy.
Hi, Ms. Priento. Thank you for coming down here. Thank you for applying and everything. The cost of housing is a top concern noted by residents in public comment, online forums, and in the recent Citizen Satisfaction Survey. What is your stance on the city's inclusionary housing policy, and what ideas do you have for ensuring housing is more affordable and that homeownership is realistic for more residents of Longmont?
Well, I would agree with the city. I have looked at Envision Longmont and the plan set forth. I've heard some of the concerns from our local residents about affordability. I work with people on the ground, serving them, coworkers who are facing these challenges head on. And I'm sorry, can you ask the last part of that question?
Sure. Let me see. What is your stance on the city's inclusionary housing policy, and what ideas do you have to ensure housing is more affordable and that home ownership is realistic for more residents of Longmont?
Yeah, so I mean, there's home ownership, and then there's just rentals and being able to rent a home here in the city, or whether it's an apartment. And I think you look at them separately, right? So I think we look at, what are the residents running into, right? Why is it not affordable? Is it fees? Is it utilities? Are they not making enough, right? And I think we have to look at it from all aspects. I think the cost of housing has increased significantly. It's not just a Longmont issue. It's a country issue. And us trying to grasp kind of just the knowledge of, okay, well, how are we going to solve this? I think we really just have to kind of take a micro level and really look at the details of like, okay, well, what exactly is going on? Is it housing in a certain area? Is it housing for a certain population of people? What are the issues facing this population of people? What are the barriers? What can we do as the city to implement maybe more assistance with utilities or, et cetera, to help them afford housing? For home ownership, you can't control the prices of the homes in our community right now. And I think just really focusing in on what is the future developments going up. Are they going to hurt people's chance at being able to own a home one day because they're rising the prices in the communities? Or are they going to help? So I think it's a very complex issue. I think everything has to be looked at individually within the populations that we're serving. And I guess what I would do is just really be strategic, talk to the experts, look at the data, go based off of Envision Longmont and say, like, is this in alignment with where we're trying to go, and be strategic in that sense.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Prieto, in your quest for excellence, what characteristics or aspects of yourself have held you back from being as successful as you would like? And you have 3 minutes, so take your time.
Yeah, I think, I mean, my passion is public service and serving my community. And that's illustrated through my blueprint, right? That's illustrated through the work that I do. I don't just sit here and say, hey, I care about my community. I've dedicated my education, my career, my volunteer time to really serve my community in a meaningful way because it is at the center of my heart. And I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. Can you say the last part of that question?
Oh, well, what keeps you from being as successful as you would like?
Yeah, so I think the one thing that held me back significantly is not coming from a family in public service, not coming from a family that was well educated. A lot of this journey has been my own passion, my own drive, my own pursuit. And so I think the one thing that held me back is kind of treading this path alone. And sometimes that opportunity is there. Very much of the time, it's not, and it's a reality. And that's why I'm here today, because I see opportunity and I go for it because I do want to grow. I do want to serve my community. And to the extent that I'm serving it right now, I'm serving it very well. I'm on the grounds, I'm helping people to the best of my ability. But there's certain things that I cannot do for them that I can do if I'm on council, that I can do if I'm a part of making those policy decisions. And one thing I offer council is that on the ground view. I'm able to look at these policies and say, well, wait, this is something that we should consider because I see this all the time. I know the housing practices. I know the predatory practices of the current renters or the realty agencies or the application fees, or you have to provide a deposit before you could even apply. The double, affordable housing, saying we're here to help folks who are low income and provide affordable housing, but yet we're going to require you have double your income or triple the income to even qualify for this unit. Those are the details that I bring to council, that I could bring forth and bring to your folks' attention when we are making policy decisions and implementing whatever type of housing or transportation or anything like that. That's something that I offer.
Thank you.
So, my next, Ms. Prieto, the City Council has made a commitment for the City of Longmont to attain 100% renewable energy by 2030. What are your thoughts about this goal and the city's partnerships and efforts set in place to reach it?
Well, we are in 2025. That's 5 years. I think it's very optimistic. I think it's important to set a goal. And to drive toward that goal and to do everything within your power to make sure that we're in alignment, working and collaborating with city staff, other organizations in the community, small businesses, asking questions like, what are some of the incentives that we're providing? What are some of the benefits that will come to the residents who are on this path as well? So I would just say I'm for it. It seems optimistic, but hey, let's put the goal and then let's revisit. Let's look at the data. Are we at where we want to be at? How far till we get there? What's holding us back? How do we improve? But I think I agree with it. I think it's a wonderful goal. And I think as long as we set that goal and we have aspirations to reach it, it may not be by 2030, but if we continue to do the hard work and we're all on board and the same page in collaboration, I think we can get there.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So City Council has outlined several key priorities in its vision for the future, including fostering economic development, enhancing sustainability, promoting affordable housing, addressing the need for quality early childhood education and childcare for working families, and improving transportation infrastructure. How familiar are you with the current vision and goals, and what specific actions would you take to ensure these goals are effectively addressed?
I'm familiar, as familiar I can be with it, reading it on your website. It came to a surprise to me that being on the board for the being on the board for the City of Longmont Housing and Human Services, this is not something that we visit often. So, you know, if I don't make the cut tonight as a candidate, it's a recommendation that I'm going to make to the board to say, hey, we need to be on board with this. This is the city's vision. This is the city's plan. This is the voice of the residents, right? And in order for us to have direction and be impactful and meaningful in the work that we're doing and the decisions and the recommendations that we're bringing to council, I think that should be a part of the conversations. And I think it also brings up the question of like, well, is this also something that's a part of the other boards, the Children, Youth, and Families Board? If childcare is one of our priorities, are they in alignment with this? Are they in alignment with the path and the vision that the city has for childcare? So that's what I would say for that. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I'm not a council representative. I don't work for the city, just to the extent of volunteering. But yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. It's the work that I push and drive every day.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. As members of council, we often have differing views on topics before us. Tell us about your leadership and conflict resolution style, how you approach decision-making when there are opposing interests or opinions, and how you will build and maintain the trust of your fellow council members as well as the residents of Ward 2.
I hate three-pronged questions because I can never remember the last two. So can you ask me the first one and then I'll address them as we go, please?
Thank you. So essentially, can you tell us about your leadership and conflict resolution style?
Yeah, I'm a leader in my community. I mean, that is no surprise. Conflict resolution, I mean, I really strive to just work in unity and come together, collaborate. I mean, I don't take anything personally. I think it's wonderful that we're all unique and diverse and have our own beliefs and opinions. That's what makes a healthy council. So as far as like my conflict resolution, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just sit back and listen and understand. There was a gentleman that once said, it's not always about being right, or else you'll be right by yourself, right? And this work, it's only done within the collaboration of the council. You can't you can't solve or issue certain policies alone. Like, everybody has to be on board and everybody's voice matters. Can you ask the second piece to that, please?
Absolutely. How do you approach decision-making when there are opposing interests or opinions?
I think just do the research, right? Like, what is the residents saying? What does the data say? What do the experts say, right? You folks have a lot of resources within the city and outside of the city. And I think you bring all of those things together and then you're able to make an informed decision. I'm not going to come in here and act like I know it all, right? But I know how to get to that solution. I know how to get to that decision and make a good decision.
All right, and the last part of the question was, how will you build and maintain the trust with your fellow council members and the residents of Ward 2?
Yeah, be respectful. Listen with intention, right? Can I meet the needs of every resident from Ward 2 coming in and requesting something? Most likely not. But can I intentionally listen and really understand what they're trying to say and do my research and show them that I do care, that I am looking into the problem that they're saying? Absolutely. And I think with that, that's the most important.
Thank you.
Hello, Crystal. First of all, I want to say thank you for applying, putting yourself out there. It means a lot, and that shows a lot about you and all the other applicants as well. In addition to serving on the Housing and Human Services Board, do you currently serve on any local or regional boards, any other local or regional boards? And if you do, how would you stay informed and engaged about community needs and concerns as a city council member and as a representative of your community, of our community?
Yeah, well, I'm dedicated to my work for the City of Longmont Housing and Human Service Board, and I'm not currently on any other additional boards. When my term ends, that is something I'll definitely be looking into and be intentional as far as what board I'm going to serve on. As far as knowing about community issues and staying involved, I work for the Emergency Family Assistance Association, and they do a lot of tracking and collecting of data to really do the temperature checks of where are our communities? What does the housing market look like? What does wages look like? Are they able to meet their needs? Are folks getting enough food? Some of those basic essential needs, like that's the conversations I'm around every day, all day. And not only within the organization and talking with our executive directors and other folks coming in, to discuss these issues and really conversate around like what are some of the solutions that we can provide as an organization. But I meet with these families every day. Every day I sit with these families and I hear their stories. I hear what they're struggling with. I hear what's not working. I hear what's working. I'm seeing the resources that I'm putting out and how those resources are serving them and how they're not. I'm seeing where the red tape is and what needs to be improved or what can be improved. And a lot of the times it's small adjustments, right? So although I don't serve on a regional board, because of my commitment to the Housing and Human Services Board, I am involved in these conversations every day. And it is everything that, I'm kind of involved in at the moment.
Okay, that's it.
I'm a
Thank
fast
you very
talker.
much.
Thank you so much, Council. Have a wonderful evening.
The next one on the list is Regan Sage.
Okay.
Hello. Welcome, Regan. We're going to start with questions with Councillor McCoy.
Thank you for applying here. So my question to you is, the cost of housing is a top concern by residents in public comments, online forums, and a recent citizen satisfaction survey. What is your stance on the city's inclusionary housing policy, and what ideas do you have for ensuring housing is more affordable and that homeownership is realistic for more residents of Longmont?
I think that in order to preserve the great economic diversity that we have in Longmont, that it needs to be a priority. I think we need to, well, if it is legal and possible to do, I think what would suit the best interests of our community would be to partner with developers to make sure that what they are serving is what we actually need. So there's been a call for a greater mix of housing, more affordable homeownership. I know land is very expensive. I know creating that is expensive, but in our nation's history, where we have not done a very good job of creating public housing, it has mostly been because we say, well, wealthy people live here and poor people live here, and there isn't any integration between the two. If we could have, right now, it seems like a developer can buy their way out of supplying affordable housing alongside market rate housing. And I think it would be in our best interests to say, you can't buy your way out of it. There is a percentage of the units that you are developing that has to go to people who do not have the funds to pay market housing, whether that's rental income or whether that's purchase price.
All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Sage, in your quest for excellence, what characteristics or aspects of yourself hold you back from being as successful as you would like?
Well, I think it's probably self-doubt. I think there are a number of wonderful candidates here tonight, and there were definitely moments over the weekend where I thought, I'm not sure I need to be here. I know Steve was talking in the sequestration room where he was like, why would somebody apply and then back out of it? Because there were a number of people who dropped out today. And I knew very well why people would do it. Well, there are, 15 other great candidates. I would like to help, but it doesn't mean that I will necessarily be better than somebody else. So I guess that's probably what holds me back most.
Thank you.
So, Reagan, the City Council has made a commitment for the City of Longmont to attain 100% renewable energy by 2030. What are your thoughts about this goal and the city's partnerships and efforts set in place to reach it?
I think it is an excellent and lofty goal to have. I do see a lot of people using more solar, which I think is great. I mean, there are drawbacks to all of it. We don't, not to all of it, but to different modalities. It's not just this is good and this is bad. I mean, personally, I think we need to be doing more carbon offset, if I may be extraordinarily blunt.
Please do.
Watching the In-N-Out get approved, and I do like a grilled cheese with grilled onions, but there are cars that are going to be idling for 8 hours a day, and right across from green space. I know it's across a highway, but I feel like we need to have some offset when we're asking for it, when we have a large company that's coming in and they know that they're going to have cars idling for 8 hours a day. Like, they should be planting a number of trees every year to absorb that carbon dioxide. So I think we need to be looking at a multiple variety of things, whether it's offset, whether it's adoption of other uses. I don't know. We got wind farms south of us. I would love to see more green energy. I'm very concerned about climate change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so City Council has outlined several key priorities in its vision for the future, including fostering economic development, enhancing sustainability, promoting affordable housing, addressing the need for quality early childhood education, and child care for working families, and improving transportation infrastructure. How familiar are you with the current council goals and vision, and what actions would you take to ensure these goals are effectively addressed?
Well, I've read Envision and some of the annual updates, although I didn't see anything past 2021. And of course, I'm a big fan of this infographic, City Council Vision. I think we have some very good systems in place, and I think what we need to start doing is creating a better network between the organizations that already exist, so that there is more overview, more that we cross-pollinate. So that people are more aware of what we are trying to do. I think the citizens of Longmont are really on board with a lot of the programming that the city provides, but not everyone is aware of everything. So if we can connect St. Vrain school systems and our farming, if we can bring to mind our public transportation system to people who don't use it but might start using it for small trips or on the weekends, like a no meat Monday or that kind of a thing, where once a week people pledge. I think our community is really into trying new things, and if we challenge them, like, hey, here's a Longmont challenge, and throw it out there, I think we have a receptive audience for that.
Good evening.
Hello.
As members of council, we often have differing views on topics before us. Tell us about your leadership and conflict resolution style, how you approach decision-making when there are opposing interests or opinions, and how you will build and maintain the trust of your fellow council members, as well as the residents of Ward 2.
So I'm a big question asker, and I ask questions that are sometimes uncomfortable, but it's not to make people uncomfortable. It's so that I can get the best information possible. I think the more information that we have, the better decisions that we can make. And I think just because we decide that something is a good idea, it doesn't mean that there aren't drawbacks to it. And those drawbacks should be voiced, whether we're for that decision or not. And I think if we voice those things rather than ignoring them just because it's less popular or not what we want to happen, then we can honestly deal with the situation. We can honestly have a conversation that will make all of us more informed. And if we disagree, that's fine. We can disagree. Everybody gets their own vote.
Hi, is it Regan or Reagan?
It's Regan.
Regan. I will say good evening, but I think it's good night. So, first of all, I want to say with, the question that Councilmember Chris had asked you, and you mentioned self-doubt. Even with your self-doubt, I applaud you for applying for the position. It means a lot for all the applicants to put yourselves out there. So I've been saying this to everyone, so thank you for doing that, and it allows us to get to know you better as well. So my question is, do you currently sit on any local or regional boards, and how would you stay informed and engaged about community needs and concerns as a city council member and as a representative of this community?
So I am currently sitting on my HOA board. My term is up this February. I do not have a position. I'm a member at large at the PTAC at Niwot Elementary School. And school year's almost done, so if this is very time consuming, I will not be continuing that next year. Well, I can volunteer for events, but as far as staying informed, I think we have, I spend my days here in Longmont, and I do a fair lot of blah, blah, blah. I like to talk with people that I meet here, and I find that people are very are very sharing of themselves. And as much as I may talk, I also really like to listen and hear what people have to say. So there are schools in the neighborhood. Longmont's extremely walkable. I do my shopping downtown Longmont. I'm really grateful that I know people by name at the stores that I shop at. And I'm around. I'm present here. And so I speak with all the organizations that I'm in, with the neighborhood I live in, with the neighborhood that abuts mine, because I walk there as well. Maybe not in this weather, but generally. And so besides reading about Longmont and my neighborhood forums where people share their thoughts, I guess personal interaction.
Thank you very much, Regan, and thank you for applying.
My pleasure.
The next one on our list is Teresa Simpkins, and she is the last one. Hello, Teresa.
This chair, right?
Next one, where the microphone. So we're each going to ask you a question, a different question, and we're going to start with Councillor McCoy.
Okay.
Thank you for applying there, Ms. Simpkins, and thank you for all your background and history of everything that helped us understand where you were coming from. So my question to you is, the cost of housing is a top concern noted by residents in public comments, online forums, and in the recent citizen satisfaction survey. What is your stance on the city's inclusionary housing policy, and what ideas do you have for ensuring housing is more affordable and that homeownership is realistic for more residents of Longmont?
Okay. That was a lot in that, packed into that question. I'm just going to start with the first thing that I think of. So one of the things that I talked about when I kind of gave you what my platform would be was the importance of looking at the decisions that we make with regard to things like sustainability and, green requirements that we place. Personally, I have solar, I drive an electric car, but I'm privileged in that I can afford to do those things. And I think that it's very important when we look at our decisions that we make about houses being built and houses being renovated, that we don't create a situation where we price out just regular middle-class families who live in Longmont because they can't afford to meet certain requirements. So I'm not entirely sure what the answer to that is, but what I would want to do would be to talk to people who have looked at those things and could possibly give us ideas for how you might go about making that more fair while still furthering your broader community goals of sustainability and kind of keeping your housing stock modern and safe. One of the things that I noticed with a lot of my friends who lived in Boulder was that when they went to remodel their house or renovate or after the flood had to do repairs. They couldn't afford the repairs because of the mandates that were in place. And that seemed to me like a completely backwards fashion of doing things, right? Like, this is your home, you've been hit with this flood, and now you have to repair it. But because of the burdens that the city's placing on you, your options at that point are to leave the city. Those are the kinds of things that would worry me about our housing stock in terms of sustainability requirements. Now, when we talk about inclusivity and trying to make sure that there's affordable housing stock, I think that a lot of the things that Longmont has done in trying to be very deliberate in how we look at each housing development and what it's going to bring to our community is the main thing that I would be scrutinizing. Is every single development, what is it bringing? Who are we serving? What need are we going to fulfill with it? And is it something that furthers the long-term goals that we have for Longmont as a family-centered community? Because I do think strongly that we need families of all kinds in Longmont, not just wealthy families, but we need all of them. Is that my beep? Is that what I'm, okay.
Ms. Simpkins, in your quest for excellence, what characteristics or aspects of yourself have held you back from being as successful as you would like?
I, for a very long time, had what I know a lot of people have, which is a fear of that imposter syndrome, right? The fear that because you don't know everything, that you aren't perfectly qualified for the position or the project or the task at hand, that somehow, you are therefore not the right person for the job. And I think that really held me back from trying to do a lot of things that I could have done and could have been better at. When I was a Boulder County attorney briefly, I had to litigate, and I was terrified. I had this great degree from this great law school. Like I had been well trained, and I went into court panicked because I just felt like I had no right to be there. And I was representing the Department of Social Services, and in the case of an elderly gentleman who had been abused, terribly abused by his caretakers. And I felt this weight of him, like, if I fail, this man's life is going to be impacted. And, I left court that day, cried the whole way home, and just felt like, it was, I probably did horribly. And then walked into court the next day, and the judge ruled in my favor, and I was completely stunned. What's funny is when I look back on it, I had as much right to be there as anyone else. I'd done my research, I'd prepared, my heart was in it. There was no reason for me not to throw myself completely into that. But I left that job probably much sooner than I should have, because I just could not get over that fear of, but I don't know everything, and therefore, I shouldn't be here. Everyone else in this room knows more than me. And how often is that really the case for most of us? Most of us don't put ourselves out there unless we have some decent legs to stand on. And so that, I feel like, has been consistently in my career. Something that until I finished raising my children, maybe, was when I finally developed the confidence, like, oh, look, I made these people, and they're like functioning members of society. So maybe I do have a few more things figured out than I thought.
Thank you so much.
So you're up with me now. Okay. The City Council has made a commitment for the City of Longmont to attain 100% renewable energy by 2030. What are your thoughts about this goal and the city's partnerships and efforts set in place to reach it?
I think it's a laudable and ambitious goal. I think that the only way we ever get close to meeting those kinds of goals is to set ambitious goals. So I support it. I do think that it's hard. 2030 is not very far away. 100% renewable energy is going to be difficult in the current national political climate in terms of obtaining the appropriate grants and things that might have been available when we set this goal for ourselves and may not be in the coming 5 years. So that would be a concern of mine. But I think that, Longmont has, one of the things I like about living here is that I don't feel like the leadership in our city is absolute about things. They set this goal, going to drive towards it, but not at the expense of every other priority that we have in the city. And I like that because I've lived in places where I didn't feel like that was necessarily the case. I was a clerk in Nederland, and I watched a council there make some decisions that, that drove towards that goal and in big leaps and bounds, and hurt unintentionally a lot of other people in the community. So there's that. I always go back to my policy background and looking at really scrutinizing the intended and unintended consequences of our decisions so that we can be really thoughtful about them. And even if we choose to go forward, we at least know what to be prepared for on the back end that we may not have wanted as a consequence, but is a necessary one.
Thank you.
My turn. My turn. Okay, so City Council has outlined several key priorities in its vision for the future, including fostering economic development, enhancing sustainability, promoting affordable housing, addressing the need for quality early childhood education and childcare for working families, as well as improving transportation infrastructure. How familiar are you with the current vision and goals, and what specific actions would you take to ensure these goals are effectively addressed?
Okay. I don't know how to compare myself when you say how familiar am I. I think I'm pretty darn familiar. I've lived here since 2013. I started working at the City of Longmont in 2014 and stayed here until 2021. So I was kind of plugged in a way that that you just are when you work for a small city. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot that got past us. And I was on the communications team, so I was hearing all about all these initiatives, even if I was not working on them in any other fashion. I was at least had to be aware of what council was doing, what Harold and his team were doing, so that we could support those initiatives. So I do feel like I'm fairly well versed in the priorities of council. I think that we were having this conversation in the other room that the best leaders recognize what they don't know and then find the people out there in the community, in the broader community, who do have the ideas and the potential solutions. And then I think it's incumbent on you all, just as reasonable, intelligent, elected officials, to weigh the options set in front of you and listen to the experts or the advisors who come in with potential solutions, and then reach your own conclusions about what's the best fit for Longmont. So that is how I would approach any of those things, including the things that I might know more about than other things. I may have strong opinions about it, but I absolutely would be interested in hearing what people who do that all the time, whatever that is, what they think and know.
Good evening.
Hi.
As members of council, we often have differing views on topics before us. If you could tell us about your leadership and conflict resolution style, how you approach decision-making when there are opposing interests or opinions, and how you will build and maintain the trust of your fellow council members, as well as the residents of Ward 2.
Okay. I think that having served for elected officials and worked with them for pretty much my whole career, whether it was, congressmen and senators or state legislators or Boulder County commissioners or city council, I've had a chance to observe a lot, right? And I think that public service calls for a different level of collaboration and listening than even a normal work environment, because you're constantly having to weigh the fact that it's not your, or it shouldn't be, in my opinion, your opinion. It's what's best for your constituents, right? So the leaders that I've admired have been the ones that have been able to put kind of their personal interests aside, their need to win at any cost aside, and their ability to see that the person across the table or the dais from them is presumably coming at the same situation with good intentions and with the interests of their constituents in mind. And then I think it's incumbent when you're an elected official at any level to try and find those commonalities and serve as many of those constituent interests as possible. And I guess that's what I would be striving to do. If I had a disagreement with you about a policy question, what I would try to do is to sit down and say, okay, what's most important to you about this? Here's what's most important to me. Is there any common overlap in a Venn diagram here that we can work from and build on, even if neither of us are going to get everything we want? Because that's democracy, right?
Hi, Teresa.
Hi.
First of all, I've been saying this to all the applicants. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for being vulnerable enough to apply for this position, and with or without imposter syndrome. You did it. So thank you. And I need to work with all the women here in the city of Longmont about this self-doubt and imposter syndrome. We need to have a meeting in the ladies' room or something. Anyway, thank you. I know it's getting late. Do you currently serve on any local or regional boards? And how would you stay informed and engaged about community needs and concerns as a city council member and as a representative of this community?
All right, the first part. At this time, no. And I will explain why. I used to. I served on boards. I volunteered all the time. It was just a part of my life that went right alongside work and family. And then I ended up having 2 children of my own. I raised 3 stepchildren and 2 foster children. And I decided somewhere along the way that was my community service because they were a lot. And I did. I tightened my world and made it kind of smaller in order to ensure that I was plugged in. And I'm glad I did that. Part of the reason that you're seeing me now and never heard from me before in terms of running for office is because of that. I had my priorities set, and I'm an empty nester now, and I'm really enjoying a lot of it. And now I feel like I finally have an opportunity to go back to the things that I did before I switched those priorities around. And, you know, this was one of the first things that came up. I'm a new empty nester. My youngest just started college in the fall. So, you know, this came up and I thought, well, I'll give this a try. And if that doesn't work, then I will try something else. But volunteering will definitely be a part of my future as it was a part of my past.
And so how would you stay informed?
You know, I really think that it's important to, I think someone else said this earlier, but use the phrase, you know, to meet people where they are. I never found, like when I was a town clerk, that waiting for people to show up and give feedback to me was never particularly successful because it was always a bit of an echo chamber, the same people all the time. So my idea, looking at Ward 2 and knowing kind of my neighbors, would be going to things like HOA meetings all over the ward, visiting churches and places of worship, because some of my constituents, that may be where their biggest involvement is. You know, PTAs for the local schools. Because again, I think, you know, you're hitting different groups of people at all of these places, and it gives you an opportunity to hear what they think. I think the thing that has always surprised me about governance is that just about the time you think you know what everybody thinks, you're wrong.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And thanks for applying.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, I need just a moment to pull down my tally sheet for this round of voting. So if anybody needed a quick restroom break, it'll take me just a moment. Probably not long. All right, Mayor and Council. Here comes Mayor Pro Tem. So we have saved a few sheets of paper since we had all the candidates there, and used some of the extra copies you had, marked out everybody except for these 4 candidates: Matthew Popkin, Crystal Prieto, Regan Sage, and Teresa Simpkins. So you have 1 ballot there in front of you. You have a couple, pick 1 piece of paper. And here you will vote for 1. And we need to get if there's 4 votes for 1 person, that will be your appointee.
This is really tough. This is really tough.
I imagine. Can you add a few seats? We'll just do that on the fly. An alternate.
Yes. All right. Okay. Councilmember Christ voted for Teresa Simpkins.
Let me try this one. Well.
There you go.
Dun, dun, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring voted for Matthew Popkin. Councilmember McCoy voted for Crystal Prieto. Mayor Peck voted for Matthew Popkin. Councilmember Rodriguez voted for Matthew Popkin. And Councilmember Yarborough voted for Matthew Popkin.
So Mayor and Council, let me turn on my mic. Mayor and Council, thank you. You have an appointee, and Matthew Popkin will be sworn in next week. And we will have a vacancy on P and Z.
To our retreat.
Yes.
To share their ideas.
Crystal and Reagan and Teresa, Reagan, run again.
Yes.
Really.
Yeah.
Don't give up.
We have 4 seats in November.
4 seats in November, yeah.
Yes. That was hard.
We were all just going to get up and leave.
Leave our computers on.
I don't know.
We might hear from you.
City Attorney, do you have any remarks?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay, I see City Manager has no comments. How about councilors? Are we all commented out? Okay, I need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. We are adjourned.